I am going to call this meeting to order at 6:03. And we are going to begin with public comments for everyone else who's in the room and can hear. We're going to move through public comments for communities, and then we'll take a break. I'll do an opening, and then we'll carry on with public comments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds great, Tori. Could I just quickly say that anyone who would like to speak, if you use the raised hand feature, if you haven't already previously arranged to have your comment interpreted with your liaison, just use the raised hand feature, and I'll call on you once we get to that portion of the public comments in order.
Okay. So Emily, again, my understanding is that we are at public comments right now, that we're going to go ahead and start with public comments. I just would like to say that we will be making sure that everyone has equitable time, meaning that there will be more time for interpretation, and to make that equitable for everyone else who will have 2 minutes. So that's what equity is. We're all getting what our need to be able to speak and to be heard in this meeting. Okay, and Emily, I'll let you take it from here, and then we'll start with public comments.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Tori. So we're going to start with our Swahili and French-speaking families who have joined us here already as panelists. Stevia Makuzo and Baudouin Mandaba are here to help interpret. Thank you, Stevia and Baudouin. And Stevia has already kind of established an order for public comments to be made. So the family member and community member will speak first in their language, and then Stevia will translate for all of us into English.
Thank you so much, Emily. Karibu sana watu wote, karibu. Mnajua ni swala gani nye tuko naongelea jioni ya leo, na kama venye tuliongea, kila mtu atakuwa na nafasi ya kuongea, kusema jibu yake ni nini. Swala ni mungelipendelea kukuwa na ofisa hapa shuleni mwenye ako na bunduki, ama mungelipendelea asikuwe shuleni? Kwa sababu wanafunzi waliandika mwaka jana wanasema tungelipendelea kumtoa. So wazazi ndio wanataka kujua mnaonaje. Na tutaanza na Suzana, Mama Dominique. Utuambie ungelipendelea nini? Asante.
Jambo. Naitwa Suzana.
My name is Susanna.
Kuhusu sasa swali mko mnatuuliza, napendelea sita polisi iwaki masomo na ikuwa na vitumikisho vyao juu utachunga mtu naona kitambulisho aona ki semi sema adua kisiko utajiproteger, lazima ukuwe kila kitu kinawezekana polisi. Tunataka polisi wake pale na ikuwe na kitambulisho chake nani, maana tuseme bunduki pale tu, mtu anakuwa kazi yake iko cha kujisaidia na kutungia watoto salama.
So, though the connection was not good, but I could capture stuff, and I'm going to repeat in Swahili first to make sure that what I heard was what she said. Unasema ungelipendelea polisi akuwe na bunduki kwa masomo, kwa sababu polisi bila bunduki ni bure, si ndio? Ndio?
Anaenda hapa nindi.
Okay, good.
Atachunga sana nini? Muvide. Kama pakikuwa problema atajisaidia na nini? Na kiwanga yulu mtu atafuta kufanya blagi kwa watu wanacho.
Yeah. So she's saying that I personally would like to, I like the idea of having SRO at school, especially Officer Jason, who we know, and a police without a gun is like nothing. So people will be breaking rules. So I would like, I agree, I support the idea of having SRO at school.
Thank you.
So tutaenda kwa mama Jibu, Julienne.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Jambo kwanza.
Yes, jambo, hi.
Mimi wananiita Mama Jibu.
My name is Mama Jibu.
Kungambo yangu hakika, sijui niseme nini. Sababu wakisema wadutoe hiyo polisi, hata nikiwa kazini, hata nikiwa nyumbani, mtoto wangu yuko shuleni, sitakuwa na amani yoyote.
So the idea of taking the SRO out is not a good idea, because I know when I go to work, I send my kids at school and I am safe wherever I am. I feel at peace because I know that there's somebody taking care of the kids beside teachers.
Ndio watoto walitoa maono ya kusema baandike barua ya kusema watake polisi, lakini wale ni watoto, sisi ni watu wakubwa.
Yeah, it is true that student wrote a letter demanding that to take out SRO position, but we are grown-ups.
Na sio ndio wazazi yao, tuna mawazo ya mbali ya kuwaza kesho kutatokea nini na nini ile kitatokea hasa.
And we can figure out tomorrow, we can know what is dangerous and what is not dangerous to them.
Hakika mimi wakisema watoe polisi kwa masomo bananifungia mikono kumgongo. Yaani sintahesabia kama tena niko na watoto wanasoma shuleni, sababu hawatakuwa na amani yoyote. Wala sitakuwa na amani, ndajua kama hawana liberty yoyote kwa masomo.
Yeah, I will not be at peace if the SRO is being taken out of Winooski school.
Ono yangu na basi kama mie ndaweza wezekana nisemea wazazi wote juu wenye tulishaga ongea nao wengi wanasema wanataka huyo baba ni baba wa watoto wetu, baya mzoea na yeye shabazoea, hatutaki wa mpya na hatutaki atoke.
Yeah, so if I can talk on behalf of all the parents, I know I can't talk on behalf of everybody, but this is an issue that we've spoken. We've talked with friends here at Winooski, and we kind of agree that it's a good idea to have an SRO position at Winooski, and especially Jason, we are used to him. We don't want a new one. We want him because we've known him for a while, and our kids feel safe having him there.
Thank you.
Naomba sana kabisa. Naweza furahia nisikie kama libaki na basi mbadilishe watie mwenye hazo. Yaani na watoto wetu yenja libai. Anawafuatilia karibu. Kama Jibu yeye
hatukusikii.
Nasema hivi, unanisikia? Unanisikia hivi?
Yes.
Nasema kama ile wakati niliharika Jibu alikuwa ashasema mimi uniache mama usiongee, mimi njoo niongee. Nataka nilie macho yao waone kama nina maumivu ya ule baba simtoni. Baba yangu, yana muitaga baba.
Because I know last week this meeting was postponed, but I had my son Jibu here with me who wanted to be part of this meeting to testify how grateful Jason has been. He called Jason his dad, and because of the relationship that they've built. So this is how I'm also grateful to have Jason be part of the Winooski community. Asante Mama Jibu, tunaenda kwa mtu.
Tunapenda waache furaha ya watoto wetu iendelee kuwepo, watoto wajisikia amani.
Yes, we want to make sure that we ensure that our kids are happy and to continue to help them continue being happy. Asante sana. Tunaenda kwa Khadija. Khadija, c'est à vous la parole. Tu es mute. Enlève ton mute. Enlève le mute.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir. Hi,
Yeah.
everybody.
Oui, je m'appelle Hadija. Je n'en peux pas parler parce qu'on avait discuté pour ça l'autre jour.
We discussed about it.
Oui, pour moi, je veux que les policiers laissent parce que je mets ça bien quand je laisse mon enfant à l'école et pour aller quelque part, pour travailler. Donc, je mets ça en sécurité. Quand mon enfant il est à l'école avec les policiers, je pense qu'il n'y a pas quelqu'un qui va la toucher avec les maîtres, avec les maîtresses.
Yes, I feel safe whenever I know that I send my child at school, knowing that the police is there with a gun, watching over them. I feel at peace.
Pourquoi? Je vais dire pourquoi. Parce que là où j'ai passé après quitter mon pays, j'ai passé dans les camps de réfugiés. On avait toujours les policiers avec les armes. Donc, ce n'est pas ici avec moi seulement qui a les armes, mais il y avait partout là où j'ai passé et je n'ai pas trouvé de problème avec certains policiers dans les camps de réfugiés ou dans les villes là où j'ai passé jusqu'à maintenant.
Yes, I come from far away. I came here as a refugee and I lived in a refugee camp and life wasn't easy. We used to have police officers watching over us, trying to protect us. And I have that mentality, knowing that the police is there to protect. And so far, I've never had an issue with a police officer. And seeing Jason around, I like the idea of having him around.
Et encore, comme ici en Amérique, il y a les enfants, tu sais, là-bas en Afrique, on tapait toujours les enfants à l'école, mais ici, on ne tape pas les enfants. Il y a les enfants aussi qui n'obéissent pas les maîtres, avec les maîtresses. Quand il se trouve les policiers dehors, peut-être, il ne sera pas trop agité comme il faut.
Yeah, in Africa, we used to beat our kids when they do something wrong, but here you don't have the right to beat your kid. And sometimes they go to school and they misbehave. You can't even listen to their teachers. But there are some issues that maybe teachers can resolve rather than to call police officer to come in and take care of that.
Et aussi les bagarres, il y a souvent des discussions entre les enfants. Mais toujours comme il y a les policiers, ils sont toujours peur, peut-être le policier va me voir. Donc, il y a des conditions. Donc, on doit obéir les policiers et les respecter aussi et dire aux enfants que les policiers, on ne peut pas les faire du mal. Ils sont là pour les garder et pour attirer de la sécurité et tous avec les maîtresses, avec tout le monde qui travaille à l'école.
Yeah, for example, kids can fight at school. When they fight, knowing that there's a police officer at school who will try to talk to them, they might not listen to the teacher, but they will listen to a police officer who will come and resolve that conflict. And I feel like it's our obligation to obey them and to obey the job that they are doing because they're not there to harm, but to protect.
Et la dernière chose que je vais dire, et je vais remercier beaucoup les maîtresses et les maîtres et aussi les travailleurs, les cuisiniers, les interprètes qui sont là-bas sur l'école. Donc, avec les 5 ans qu'on a fait ici, avec même les policiers, je les remercie beaucoup. Il n'y a pas quelque chose qui s'est passé avec ma famille et les enfants aussi. Donc, mes enfants ils sont bien en sécurité avec les gens des policiers qui sont là-bas. Je ne connais même pas les policiers, mais là où je passe, c'est mon fils et ça dit tous les policiers. Donc, je pense qu'il est bien avec les policiers. Et ça va pour moi, donc c'est ça.
Yeah, I will take this opportunity to thank all the teachers, all the school board members, and even interpreters at school, because I have been here for 5 years and I don't know the school police. I've never met him, but I know that my kids are safe because they've never complained to me of having any issue with him so far. So I want to just take this opportunity to thank you all. Merci beaucoup, Khadija.
Et j'ai terminé.
Ouais, merci beaucoup, merci.
OK.
So then the next ku Omar, Baba Emma. Omar, uko hapa?
Divya, is Omar Emmanuel?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
Yes. Could you please change that? Sorry, I forgot.
Stevie, I don't see. Oh, here he is.
Okay, maybe we can go to the next one.
Okay.
Yeah. Jean, mami, uko hapo? Yes. Mama Mami, tuambie unaonaje hii swala?
Mimi swali mimi naiona
Mhm.
mwache tu pale. Kipindi watoto biko pale na mimi mzazi siko pale. Ule njoo.
Ongeza sauti mama. Mimi sikusiki.
Mimi nasema hivi. Naitwa kwa jina la Takubu Soka Jane.
My name is Takubu Soka Jean.
Mie vile mnasema juu ya polisi, ule polisi ni baba wa watoto.
The way we are talking about SRO here, I feel like the police is like a child to all our kids. I mean, he's a dad to all our children.
Batoto baweze pata shida pale, polisi hawezi kosa kubasaidia.
I know when the kids have issue, the police is there to protect them.
Njoo yangu yote.
Yeah, that's all I had to say. Asante sana. Yeah, so I have one here on the phone. She will just be in the speaker. Her name is Jacqueline. Yes, Mama Yule, and she'll just speak and I'll tell you what she's saying. So, karibu mama.
Ndio, mimi pendekezo langu kumtoa polisi itakuwa ni violence.
Yeah, I feel like taking the police out, it's like violence.
Kadiri sisi tuna watoto, wengine ni wadogo, wengine wameshainukia.
Because we have all ages at school. Kids from all ages, yeah.
Kuna mkati mtoto anaweza kupata ajali pale, lakini pakiwa polisi iko pale, atawajia mu wazazi pale, mtapiga simu kwa sisi wazazi wao, tunakuwa wepesi wa kwenda kutizama mama iko kwa mganga kama iko wapi.
If there's any problem, then we know that there's somebody who we can even talk to beside teachers and support staff. We know that the police is part of them, is part of the team, that we can, a person that we can call to.
Unaona kama kuna tatizo limetokea hapo kwa masomo ya huyu mkimbizi mwenzetu yuko na kama na miezi 6 iko hapa, alisema kama mtoto wake, watoto wanaume wote wa klasi yote nzima ya Winooski walikuwa wanampatilia mtoto wake. Sasa hiyo kesi pangekuwa polisi iko pale anafuatilia, ingekuwa ni vitu vidogo sana, lakini kuona kama vile mzazi anasapoti ya mtoto wake kulikoni kusema ngoja au watoto mnajua wazazi wake ni familia moja, nende nikaulize hichi kitu chenye kimetokea ni ukweli ama sio ukweli.
Yeah, I know there's been an issue going on at school. It has been 2 weeks now where a parent wasn't happy because he felt like some children are following, so some young men are following her daughter. So she thinks that if not having the police at school, then that issue couldn't be resolved in a peaceful way because it could have gone beyond the school. But having a police at school that who took care of that issue in a quiet, in a very, having the police at school let the parents, like give the parent peace to know that you don't have to go to the city of Winooski to report this, but to deal with the local police at a school level.
Thank you.
Kama mimi niko na mtoto wangu wote ni waine watano wote wanasoma pale, wajukuu wawili na watoto wangu watatu.
I have 5 kids schooling at Winooski, two granddaughter and 3 sons.
Kama vile Ahmedi anaweza kubanwa na asma ikawa grave sana, akipakiwa polisi pale wakiwahi kupigia hospitali wanakuja wanamchukua na wewe unanipigia simu, inakuwa ni wepesi sana mimi kuwahi na mimi kwenda kule kwa agency kwenda kutazama mtoto anaendelea aje.
Yeah, I know that having a school police office at school is beneficial for me because I have some kids who have health problem, and sometimes the police officer could take care of them by maybe calling 911 or getting some rescue when maybe school members or teachers or some other school member couldn't do it, but the police can be in a better position also to help.
Great. Thank you.
Asante ma'am. Kuna kitu ingine?
Na mimi kwa kutoa shukrani zenu, moyo wa elimu na juhudi zenu ni ya muhimu sana.
Yeah.
Kuwa kushtua sisi wazazi inakuwa ni vizuri sana.
Yeah, asante ma'am, asante ma'am. So yes, that's all that I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's all, Emily.
Thank you, Asante, Sylvia. So Krista will now open up the interpreter channel. And if you want to just explain, so it's going to pop up on your screen, Sylvia. Don't accept the role yet, and just explain to the families now that should be on their screens. It's the globe shape, and just explain what language option for them to choose.
Yeah, muangalie sasa ku screen yenu ku computer, mtaona wanawaandikia welcome. So kuna nini ya lugha ya Kiswahili na ya Kiingereza. So muponde ku Kiswahili, alafu muponde okay. Itawapeleka kuchano kwenye mtanisikiliza tu mimi. Okay, nataka mponde, mkiponda pale mtaenda. Mkienda nyinyi wote alafu ndawafuata huko. So pondeni haraka, niko na waangalia juu, mkiponda mtatoka hapa, sitawaona tena hapa.
Mimi nilikuwa ni mute, sikusikia wapi tutaponda.
Okay, so kwa screen kuna mali wanaandika welcome. Alafu kuna Swahili na kuna English. So wewe uponde ku Swahili and then uponde okay. Ukibonyeza hapo utaenda mahali. Kule mimi nitakufuata huko.
Basi unaenda huko ku screen mwenyewe. Sipaone.
Tuko tu na 2 minutes ya kufanya hivyo.
Sivyo tunakosa sie. Turago.
Sipaone kama
Sylvia.
naona kwenye English kusema.
Inakuja automatically kwa simu, kwa phone, kwa computer, inakuja hapo mbele.
Mission.
Kuna wengine wanaponda wanaenda. Kama muone munaweza niita kusimu, nibaki na nyinyi kusimu. Okay? Muponde nikuwe na nyinyi kusimu. Mutoke alafu munite niweke group call. Upatie wengine nafasi.
Stevia, ilionekana tu kidogo kisha kapotea mbio.
Okay. So Emily, I think you need to Krista, you need to send it again because they're saying that it popped up and then it disappeared. Can you send it again?
I can try to. Yes.
Okay.
And Stevia, I'm thinking you might want to go ahead and accept your role so that you can be there if the families get there and get confused. And Baudouin, if you want to just be available to explain if families still want to have some confusion finding it.
So
just before you go, this so it does go away, but you have to re-hover at the bottom for the globe to appear again.
okay.
Try that.
It doesn't pop up.
So the only way for me to resend it again would be to end it. And then I think that would push everyone out of the interpreter channel.
Okay. What can they do now?
The only
If you could ask them to take the mouse, right, the little hand that will on the screen to go down to the bottom where there's the hand feature, and it should be next to the hands. So if they want to like go down to that bar on the bottom of the screen. Do you want to try to or Baudouin, do you want to try to explain that in Swahili?
Yeah. Kama kuko mtu mwenye hayaona hiyo maandiko yenyewe nasema aingie ku channel au kanali ya watafsiri, apate kuangalia kupembeni ya jina lake, anaweza kuklike pale na ataipata. Kuko watu wananisikia? I think they are all gone.
Okay, great. So Stevia, see you later. Thank you so much, Asante. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Even Steve. Yeah. What about now?
Thank you, Stevia.
Thank you.
What about me?
So Tori, now we'll move on to Abir Al-Zubadi. Abir, are you ready to bring your families over as panelists?
Okay. Yes, I'm ready. I think I have Rabi, Mr. Rabi.
Okay.
Rabi Rabi.
Great. So he's joining us as a panelist now.
I don't know who's else there.
Okay. Do you have any, there are 110, 109. So if you have a name in mind, I can search for it. If there's a search bar, it might be easier.
Suad.
Can you spell that?
S-A-S-O-U-A-D. Suad Akka.
I don't see him here. Yes. Sadio Ali. Could that?
Suad, S-O-U.
Okay.
A-D. You see Hiba. H-I-B-A.
Krista, do you see either of those people? I can't find them, but
just
my list keeps
promoted
jumping
Hiba.
around. Okay,
So I
perfect.
just promoted Hiba. And I
Hello.
am looking for.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Hiba. Just one moment. We'll be right with you. We're just got one more person to find in our attendee list.
Okay.
Abir, is there another name that
You could see
might be used?
Nidal or Aziz.
Abir, could you ask them if they would like to make a comment and they're here for Arabic interpretation? Could you ask them to use the raise hand feature? It might make it easier to find them.
There is a lot of hands raised right now.
Yeah, there are four. Yeah, I'm familiar with all. I've already written down the names of everyone with the hand raised currently, so that would make it easier for us, I think, if you don't mind.
السلام عليكم من المجتمع العربي. رجاء إذا كنتم موجودين وحاضرين الاجتماع اختاروا الهاندز اليد المرفوعة حتى نعرف إنه أنتم موجودين. سيد ربيع أهلا وسهلا. هبة
أهلا وسهلا بكم أختي.
أعرف أنت وهبة موجودين بس أريد أتأكد إذا أكو أحد ثاني موجود.
Abir, do you want to go ahead and start with the families that you have, and as the with the community members who'd like to make a comment now, and then we can continue to add people as they join.
I will start with Mr. Rabi. He has his comment, and I think he's ready. سيد ربيع إذا أنت جاهز ممكن تتفضل وتحكي.
نعم السلام عليكم للجميع.
Hi everyone.
تحياتي للموجودين وتحياتي للشخص الضابط الشرطة الموجود اللي حبيت أتحدث به اليوم. مو أمر شخصي مع الشخص، أنا هذا الشخص شخصيا أحبه وأحترمه، ولكن راح نتحدث عن شيء عام.
My greetings to all of you, and especially to Officer Jason. He's here. I'm going to talk today, and it's not a personal opinion against the police officer. This is my opinion in general, and that's what I'm going to say tonight.
نعم
تفضل احكي رأيك.
سبق أنه بالاجتماعات السابقة أغلب المجتمع العربي اللي موجود تحدث أكد فكرة أنه نعم إحنا نحب يكون أكو نظام، نحب أنه يكون أكو سلام للجميع، حماية الأساتذة والطلاب يعني كل الموجودين كنا محتاجيها، ولكن فكرة أنه وجود السلاح داخل المدرسة ما نحبها، لأنه فكرة غير صحيحة، لأن السلاح ممكن أنه يصير بأمور ثانية والكل تعرف هذا الشيء. حماية المدرسة بطلابها بأساتذتها بكل الموجودين بها كلنا نريدها، ولكن وجود السلاح احنا نرفضه.
In our previous meetings with the communities and with everybody, we as an Arabic community, we all talked about how important is the safe and school safe environment, and we caring about our kids and about teachers and staff and everyone in the school. Yes, we want the environment to be safe, but attending a school with a gun and being present with a gun in a school, that's what I don't like. I really feel like that gun could use against our kids or our staff or anyone in the school building.
نعم هذا رأيي المختصر، يعني ما حاب أطيل بالاجتماع لأنه سبق وقت محدد. شكرا جزيلا.
That was my opinion. I don't want to repeat it or say it again and take a long time. It's in general, yes, we want the safety for everyone, but I don't like the idea about the gun being present in the school building.
تحياتي للجميع.
My greetings to all. Thank you. شكرا. هبة، تحبي تحكي أي شيء؟ تحبي تذكري رأيك؟
أمي مو موجودة معي، بس
نعم.
حتى ها؟
بالإنجليش هبة. It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, my family's opinion is that we feel safe around Officer Jason and every other officer that has been in the school district.
Heba represent her mom opinion. Her mom cannot attend, and that's her opinion. رجاء لو سمحتوا أي واحد من المجتمع العربي يتفضل برأيه إذا أنتم موجودين.
Abir, I believe you had one additional family that wanted to speak. Did you see them? Could their name possibly, there's someone here with a hand raised in the attendee list with the name WSD VT. I'm wondering if that might be someone that you would arrange to interpret for. Is that possible?
I really don't know. I see it, but
Okay.
I don't know who's there.
Yeah.
I'm asking if anyone from the Arabic community want to talk.
Yeah. So could the person who signed in as WSDVT, you can speak. Could you confirm if you'd like an Arabic interpretation to make your comments, please? Okay. There's no response. So I think if you'd like to move to the, sorry, Bodwan?
Did you ask for interpretation? I was talking with Stevia, so now I'm ready to interpret. I don't know if you had something to say.
So Stevia is interpreting everything now, Bodwan, and I believe Abir, are you finished, Abir? But Bodwan, if you wanted to quickly, I do see in the attendee list there were some parents from before. So if any of them want to, just a reminder to choose the interpretation for Swahili, you could remind them quickly in Swahili, and then we'll move on to Dalib Boulay.
She asked me, Stevia asked me to interpret now because there are many other Swahili speakers who are not in the Swahili chain. That's why she asked me now to start.
Okay.
رجاء للمجتمع العربي الآن رح تلاحظون الاختيار تبع الترجمة أسفل الشاشة في آيكون صغير يمثل الكرة الأرضية. لما تضغطون عليه بعد دقيقتين أو 3 راح يظهر لكم اختيار الترجمة. اختاروا اللغة العربية وراح نكون أنا معاكم بنفس الغرفة بس نسمع الاجتماع ونستطيع أستطيع أن أترجم لكم. We're ready, Emily.
Thanks, Abir.
Emily, bear with me just one moment. It's the language interpretation is acting up a little bit. So just we're gonna get right.
Thank you, Abir.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Abir.
Thank you, Abir.
You're welcome.
We should be all set. We should see their interpretation channel. Thank you for your patience.
Abir, did you want to explain how to access for anyone who is watching if they want to access the Arabic interpretation channel? Did you want to explain the process?
I did, Emily.
Oh, perfect. Sorry. Thanks.
عفوا مقاطعة مش موجود اللغة العربية موجود سواحيلي وإنجليزي.
Oh, he cannot see any Arabic. He just seeing Swahili and English.
Yeah, just give it a minute. It takes sometimes it takes a little bit of time.
نعم شكرا.
Did he find the link, Abir? Is that okay?
He said yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Should I go now or wait a little bit more?
I would go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shukran. Great. And so now Dilip Boulay and Omar Samo, excuse me if I did not pronounce that correctly, Omar, will be interpreting in Somali and Mai. And Dilip, I will let you take it from here. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Kule Anega, so we should supposed to make them penalties, right? Just go do
Right.
it,
Yeah. Just let me know who you'd like me to bring over, and
oh,
I'll
okay.
promote them. To
One is Dio Ali. Sadio Ali.
Hold on. Sorry, my screen keeps. Sadio Ali. Perfect. Okay. Thanks.
I see Hassan.
Okay.
I see Muna Ali.
Okay. Perfect.
Who else? I see Omar.
Okay. Excellent.
I see Dahiro.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I see Asha Abdallah.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Okay.
Probably that is it, unless I don't see. Probably they will call me if they're not added here. And at that point, if someone calls me, I am hoping that Omar will take over the translations. But for now, I think we have everybody that that called me.
Okay. Thank you, Dalib.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So as soon as you're ready to start, Dalib, if you just want to call on the community member who would like to make a comment, and if you would just state their full name so that we can have it on the record.
Yeah, okay. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Dhammaantiina kulley kusoo dhawaada maanta shirkii loo fadhiyo waa wati aan idin sheegayay askariga inuu iskuulka joogayo insu joogaynin marka kulley mowqifkiin ayay rabaan dadkan waa guddiga iskuulka oo micnaha aragtidiina inay maaragtay iyagana ay idinka maqlaan kulley qofka anaa idin soo wacaya qofkii oo magaciisa aan yeeriyey kulley wuu hadlaa wuxuuna micnaha ku hadlaa horta magaciisa uu sheegayaa kulley haddii aad micnaha aad rabtid ayaa la iskuulka iyo dhigtaan iyo haddii kalena waad sheege marka sababta aad u rabtid askariga inuu joogo iskuulka ama inuusan joogin mowqifkaada aad ku dhiibaneen. That was just a little introduction that I was giving them, how this will be conducted and why we are here today, even though I already called and told them that. So I told them that if I call your name, that means you will you have some time to speak your mind and say what you think. And then this is the school board, they're ready to listen to you. So that being said, I will first call, let me see, Hassan معناها كلي ولا أنا ربط سكول بوت كإن شاك معناها عسكر كيكشي.
كلي كم فكرة اللي دوه.
حال كلي.
أتمنى كوري السلام عليكم دمان أنت ميلك وده جرتو أما كل شيء سلام أتمنى كوري.
First of all, I say hi to all of you that have attended this meeting today.
مركو هوري أنا مركو معنا ونسكي ما يدقيني معنا تومي تغوصني يدقيني.
I have been living here in Winooski for 17 years now.
مركو جيجن إيه
من. Oh, I just reminded him to say his name.
Okay. مغاغي مين ده حسن كولو.
My name is Hassan Kulo.
أنا سكولكم معنا ما عندك راينا هذيك بديت الموت لكن هذا تدعك كتبت كان عندك كذا.
So I'm a parent of 8 kids that attended the Winooski school. 3 graduated and 5 are still there.
مركز جيجن معنا إيه دي ما كتاجر سنة إني هتأفكر كي جرو إيه ده كتاجر سنة.
And I really and pretty much support the police being at the school.
Number 1 ما كتاجر سنة واي هرت number 1 معناها school court أفكر كتاو ولا إنشاني ما تروح من كوينه.
First of all, the police is there for a reason. He's not there without a reason.
مركب بوليس كمان من شيء يعني لشيء وقتيال وجراي سكول كل وين راي ومعنا إلمو إبر لقتياي مركب وقت جالس مركب بوليس معنا لشيء يجعله ده number 1.
There are times where many schools across the nation have been attacked and there was a lot of killing, and I believe because of in order to avoid that, for that reason, that is probably why the police there.
marka priority number 1 horta macna may leenshanay booliiska in macna may daan soo adiga oo dadka oo may maamul qorto in macna may daan soo adiga badbaadiyo waalid macna ardayda waalidiinta iyo macallimiinta bayahay gumruuga marka number 1.
The police is there to protect the school staff and the teachers, the kids. And even there are times when parents are in the building and if something happens, so he's there to protect all of us.
marka ana aragay police mana officer Jackson arugay Dean arugay Dave arugay marka dana Jason arugay marka wiligan dib ma aragna.
There have been so many police officers in the course of I have been living here. There was officer Dave, there was officer Jackson, there is officer, actually 4 of them he mentioned, the last one being Jason.
Markore macnaha maynka macnaha macnaha dadku maamulka iskoolka ruuga oo hayargaray macnaha askartan oo dadiyo oo dhalinyarada hayno macnaha oo hayargaray oo waa dad kafiisida hayargaray marka macnaha qaabti oo fiidna iyo aragni marka ila faray marka dadi askaraan
I first thank the school administrators, those especially that hired the school resource officer. I mean, they have been hiring police officers that are really nice, and I thank you for that again.
marka macnaha booliiska waqtiga garooga may dareemay in aniga macnaha oo معناها الموضوع أن يكون عندك قدرة إن أنا أميل كبدباتيا ما يدري إن أنا معلمين كبدباتيا ما يدري إن أنا أدي دكتور أو أدي staff كلي معمول دكتور وين كسبرتين ديال كلي iyo building la tabtab inay waqti booliska group ida ana naftigeeda aan ka faraxsan waqti booliska group.
When I see the police officer there, there is a lot of calmness in me, like in thinking that he is there to protect the school administrators, the principals, the teachers, and everybody, and of course the students. When I see the police crews there, I feel like the place is protected. That is what comes into mind for me.
marka darad ma jiray meena iskoolkana seeday booliiskayga ka aragay ana kuway taas ma ka dambeeyay meena waqti anaga shir darad oo booliiska anaga ka hadalaayna booliiska kana way ma wali uu ka bariya malay marka ana may dareemay in iskoolka meena oo adiga may daa oo meena badbaado meena marka wareer ku qoyay meena wali booliis la'aan.
I know we have a meeting previously, and we talked a little bit about the police. And a few days ago, I went to the school and the police cruise was not there. And I said, oh, maybe the police is not there anymore. And that did not make me feel safe, actually.
marka ana main taageersan horto booliiska eedan raw inii grogo waayo anaba banfaday seefan dareeme waqtiisa grogo driving oo meel oo dhalinyaro jirto oo hadda sababeen oo meena permit iyo biyaay wadidan marka waqtiga meena booliis rogayna driving show meena bidilin waqti booliis rogay.
So I like the police to be there. I mean, I support that. I'm in full support of that. Everybody drives now, and there are young guys that also drive, and it's different when you see a police cruise there, the way you drive around there, and it's different when you don't see a police cruise from there. So even for that itself, I feel safe.
markeeda kale markii booliiska group torto meena dad masafar galado wal oo hadda meena baawrka ku soo dugayo wal aan ka fara galado ma ana kaliya ma ila aragay inuu meena wajhe very inviting oo meena waalidiintan eed injil ardaydan eed injil adiga meena askarka group she meena building dareema in safe ana tarkay meena safety dareema marka niga aan gabay.
So when the police is there, the police is not there to really look at your car, and you have a problem or stuff like that. He's there to protect the building, the people there. To conclude my talk, I will just say that I'm in full support of the police, and that when he's there, I'm feeling a lot of safety.
Thank you.
كل حسن وكبحي حدنا قفكي كلا واحد لرو يعني وعى كل قف كستشان سنسينا حدا وحا كحيجة منى علي.
Hello, السلام عليكم.
Hi everybody.
magacayga Muna waaye. Muna Ali.
My name is Muna Ali.
waan ku faraxsanahay inaan booliiska meesha joogo.
I'm very happy that the police is there.
waxaan ku dareemeynaa amaan inaa markino haddii aad ilmahaada ka maqan tahay haddii wax dhacaan booliiskii meesha diyaar ku ah marka waan ku faraxsanahay inaan booliiska meesha joogo.
I'm happy that the police is there because I feel safe that the police is there, especially when my kids are there. I'm not there. I say to myself in my mind, if something happens, everybody else there, but the police is also there for extra help. And so in general, I really feel safe when the police is there.
marka hanoo joogo insha Allah booliiska.
So we want the police.
hadday suurtagal ay tahay.
If that's possible.
Because booliiska inaa wax badan naga haya ayaa dareemayaa marka ilmaha iskuulkii aan kasoo noqdo oo booliiska ilbaabka taagan aan arko ilbaabkii lasoo xiro waxaan dareemaa inaa ilmahayga meel safe ah ku jiraan werwer ma dareemayo inkastoo hadda wax dhib aan rajeynaynin laakiin still haddana waan ku faraxsanahay inuu meesha sii joogo.
Yeah, because if the police is there when I drop off my kids and I see him there, so I say to myself, oh, the police is there. If something happens, then he's there to protect. So even though we haven't seen a lot of problems here, but it's possible anything can happen, and to have the extra safety there is a good thing. Thank you all, and thank you, Dalib.
Thank you.
kulay muno way dhamaysata haddana muno waxaa ku higa aan u jeedo daahiro. daahiro haddii aad ku jirtid maqlaysid waa iska hadli kartaa adiga wixii aad hadli rabtid. Okay, so maybe Dairo is not probably having some.
Yeah, I've asked Dahiro to unmute and it doesn't look like it's working. So maybe there's just.
Oh, she muted now. Unmuted.
Oh, great.
Dairo waa hadli kartaa caadi way magacaada ugu bilow marka u sheeg.
Assalamualaikum markaro waan salaamaya dhamaan waan salaamaya magacayga waa Daahiro Ibrahim Abdullahi.
First, I greet all of you and my name is Daahiro Abdullahi Ali.
Marka waan ku faraxsanahay booliska maadaama safe ay yihiin ardayda dhamaan macallimiinta. Masha Allah inuu joogana waan rabaa. Amaanka dhamaan amaanka ilmaha iyo ardayda macallimiinta dhamaantood uu sugayo oo aan ku faraxsanahay mar walba inay safe u yahay iskuulka iyo dhamaan macallimiinta iyo ardayda.
I am happy the police is there because he is there for safety, and so there are teachers there, there are students there, there's a lot of people there, and so he's there to protect them, and that is actually a good thing. That is the intention, and that is a good thing, and I'm happy that the police is there.
Marka intaasaan ayaan ka leehay inuu joogan diyaar una inuu joogo insha Allah.
I only wanted to add that, and we support the police being there.
Thank you.
Wait, the mason. Saan umalaynay.
Ha intaasaan kaga baxay ha waan santiin dhamaan adigana sidoo kale salaam alaykum.
I conclude. Thank you all. Thank you, Dalib. Okay, Daahir waxaa ku xiga Mama Asha Abdallah. Emily, are you able to unmute Aisha Abdallah?
Yeah, I've asked her to unmute. It might just be taking a minute. She has to accept my invitation to unmute.
Oh, okay. Mama Aisha, islaanta wala kiin sidirti mada wala kiin sidirti inaad farta ka taabato way markaas aadi hadal karti inaan malo oh there.
Okay, we've got it.
Hada koobay mute ka hadal karta aadi.
Naye maana booliiska ina lenin kuwedo marabno ilmoodayna safe maragadaana baadi booliiska la kuwedo meelas.
We don't want the police to leave. The kids will not be safe if the police left. Mama Aisha magaga inshaku. I just told her to say her name first.
Asha Abdallah.
And my name is Asha Abdallah. Well, kala da torabta jire.
Alin kubad le ilmo gayno safe maning nagadaana aynin dayo hadii usul ninka wedo booliiska maana hege ilmo badan ruugena macallimiinti buildingki dhanba booliiska usu dhooro hadii booliiska la kabedo meelas waxaba mayaalo bakasti.
Yeah, I asked the police not to leave because he's there for safety, and there are a lot of people, there are a lot of kids there. So if he leaves, I feel like there is no safety there. It's not as safe. So we want the police to be there. We support the police to be there because we feel like that is very safe for us. Okay, Mama Asha, kabati aikal me anaha link kijire Omar. Omar, mute Emily, yeah, Omar, if you don't mind. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Here he is.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Omar.
I greet you all, Islamic greeting. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, meaning God's peace and blessings be upon you. My name is Omar. I am a parent of 4 girls and 3 boys.
Marka ina SRO marka aad yaalan ka faraxsan booliska
So I also support the police to be there because anything can happen, kids can fight, so anything can happen within the building, so he's there to protect all that. I support the police to be there. That's all I wanted to say. Okay, Mr. Omari, waxaa ka baxay waxaa ku xiga magacaan u jeedaa Adiyo Ali.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I greet you all with Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Dadka kale oo Jannada ku jirana waan salaamayaa. Booliiska waxaan rabnaa inuu noo joogo. Booliis sugan oo hadda ka dambe isbarasho ma u baahnin karaan taageersanahay. Saasaan ugu baxay. Assalamu alaikum.
I greet you all, and I also support the police to be there. I think that is a great thing. So it's all also I wanted to say. I don't know if I'm missing anybody, but yeah, Zainab, where is Zainab? Zainab called me, she said she is in, and I don't see her now. So probably...
Okay, let me.
I saw her earlier, actually.
I just promoted her to panelist, Emily.
Thanks, Krista.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, there she is. Claire, Zainab adaa lagu soo gaaray kolley hadday waa lagugu sirmasaan umalayna waxaa lagu malaynaya qof oo Arab ah Arabta booskooda lagu soo geliyay haddana dib aa lagu celiyay marka laakiin hadda waa lagu soo daray kolley qaybta Soomaalida dadka qaar way hadleen kolley adigana aragtidaada waa dhiiban kartaa. I was just explaining to her that it was a mistake that you were on earlier. We thought you were an Arabic speaker. But you're not, so now you're back. So if you wanted to say anything, it's up to you.
Thanks, Salim.
You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I greet you with Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Magacayga waa Zainab Munye.
My name is Zainab Munye.
Booliiska kolay waxaan dhihi lahaa macnaha inuu noo jooga aan heeto jeclaan lahayn.
I would also love the police to be there.
Booliiska annaga wax dhib kuma qabno maxay heeto wax oo dhibaato oo maanta maxay heeto oo meesha uu ku hay annaga aan aragna malaha.
We did not see any problem that the police has caused, so he's there to help, and I think it should be there.
Masha Allah, ilmaha markii ay ka soo baxaan iskuulka oo laga soo deeyo sidoo uu kala hagaayo sidoo macnaha uu kala ilaalinayo aad oo dhacnay marka annaga waxaan jecelnahay in booliiskaasi tafaraha laga qaado oo meeshiisa oo noo joogo ayaan jeclaan lahay.
So how he is kind to the kids when the kids are released from school, like how he is saying, oh, not there, not here. So like he's doing a lot of good work there. And so that I have seen also, I will urge all that have the authority to actually please allow the police to be there.
فاعمل عملان بنقولي مركا محيهتو إلما حتى أساس أقول مع بسلا وحي محنا أي أركان معنا والدكود عمل أي أركان وإنه كوكل سونيه مركا بوليس كخنا ولا نعرفه.
He is part of the family. Even the kids are not really afraid of him. They see him as a parent. So we would really love the police to be there.
marka ayaan dhaxdaas xataa maxay heeto ano oo ciyaalkayga meesha ka soo qaadayo marka booliiska waa waayay xoogoo waa wulwulay maxaa ciyo malburiyaan dhahay saaca malse wax u jira markii dambe haddana maxay heeto ilmaha weydiiyay waa joogaa ay ugu dhaheen marka maxay heeto hanoo la dhaafo marka meeshaan ugu baxaya waana idin mahadcelinaya dhammaantiina adna sidoo kale Daalib.
Few days ago, I went to school to get to pick up my kids, and I did not see the police there. And I thought to myself, "Oh, did they already fire him?" So when the kids they got home, so I asked them if the police was there, and they told me, "Yes, he is there. We saw he's there." So that gave me some calmness. So I would love him to be there, and I thank you all, and thank you, Dalib. I think that is it for me, unless I missed somebody, but.
Okay, thanks, Dalib. So, perfect. Krista, do you want to create the room? And Dalib, do you want to explain the steps for finding the interpreter channel to everyone?
Sure. Kulley, hadda qolkan dad kale ayaa la soo gelin doona ayagana mowqifkooda dhiiban doonaan marka sidaas daraaddeed waxay dhahday page kala aan idin sameynayna oo idinkoo dhan ku caruuri kartiin oo meetingka intiisa hadda dhiman waad sii joogi kartiin oo waad dhegeysan kartiin marka kulley qolkaas ayaa la idin sameynayaa ayadaa baxlaa jiro oo idin soo diraysa marka idin soo dirto kaasaad taawanaysiin oo af Soomaali waxaas ku qoran marka page iskaaga tagaynaa meeting waan ka mid nahay weli laakiin dad kala meesha soo galay oo ayagana sidii aan had u hadlan oo kale ayagana u hadli doona marka waxay idin leedahay hadii ma aragto oo aad aragtiin bahalkaas taabta marka qol kala galaysiin ileen waad dhageysan kartiin wixii meesha ku dhacay oo meetingka si u socdo laakiin meesha marka ku jirteena waa iska hadli kartiin idinka meelahaas aad ku jirtiin laakiin waxa idin maqlay malahan hadal had saa u dhiibateen ma u dhiiban kartiin meelaha inta wixii ka dambeysay
waayahay
okay.
Okay, thank you, Dalib.
Thank you, Dalib. Calling me now, but I believe I don't know. I don't know. What should we do? Maybe we just go. I don't know.
The Somali channel is available, so people, if you accept it, then they can all join the channel now. And if anyone needs additional help, Omar is with us to help interpret.
Okay, marka waxay dhahdo kulley maxal dhahay bahalkaas ay idin soo dire taabta qolkaas gala marka kulley waa idin turjumi kulley waa hadii aad sii joogi rabtiin oo aad sii joogi kartiin oo meeting waa intiis kale waa dhageysan kartiin oo kale
Stevia, I believe you wanted to just mention something quickly in Swahili to the attendees who might not have joined the meeting. Is that still true?
Yes, yeah, I know there is one who's just joined and I can just tell her to go to the channel and then if she has something, she can just raise her hand. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes. Zena, so uangalie, utaona wanakutumia watatuma ku kompyuta yako kitu yenye utaponda, utaona wanakuandikia Swahili, so uponde ku Swahili, utoke kui group, utaenda kule. Yeah, asante. I think that's it. I have the rest here with me on the phone.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Divya. We'll now move to our Nepali speaking community members and Tool Narola and Yam Basnet. Excuse me if I mispronounced your last name, Yam. Will be interpreting for us. Thank you, Tool.
Okay. आज हामीले यो बैठकमा जति पनि तपाईहरु आउनु भएको छ अलिकति यो हामीले बैठक यसपालिको अलि फरक तरिकाले गर्नु भएको छ उहाँहरुले प्यानलिस्ट र एटेन्डिस भनेर तपाईहरु अहिले एटेन्डिसमा हुनुहुन्छ अब हामी तपाईहरुलाई प्यानलिस्टमा तान्छौं यहाँ अब नाम कतिपय नाम अलिकति बुझिएन अथवा अर्कै नामले तपाईहरु आउनु भएको छ भने चाहिँ मलाई तुरुन्तै मेसेज लेख्नुस् मेरो फोनमा अथवा मलाई फोन गर्दा पनि हुन्छ हामी दुई जना छौं यहाँ त्यसो गर्दा तपाईलाई हामी यता तान्न सक्छौं अरु अन्य त्यस्तो कुराहरु केही पनि छैन तपाईहरु एक एक जना गरेर बोल्न सक्नुहुन्छ हामी इन्टरप्रेट गर्न कोसिस गर्छौं so maybe we'll just start from pulling the name we'll pull Yojana
Great, thank you.
And then Winooski school board meeting, that also someone from our community.
Okay, great. If once they're over, if you could just tell us their name and we'll rename them.
Okay.
Perfect.
तपाईँको त्यहाँ यता आएपछि रिनेम गर्दा हुन्छ होइन, तपाईँको नाम चेन्ज गर्दा हुन्छ, कतिजनाको नाम अर्कै हाल्नु भएको छ भने, र भिडियो पनि खोल्न सक्नुहुन्छ। विजयता दाल, and then other one is Suk, S-U-K.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
And then next, S-A-N-T-A, Shanta Arya Rai.
Great.
And Prem, P-R-E-M.
Okay. Is that everyone, Tool?
I mean, they were like many, I don't know, maybe they left.
Okay.
Or something happened, I don't know. Yani Damala.
Yep. Okay, perfect.
Hazır, भन्नुहोस् त।
भाइ म यानी दिदी बोलेको।
Okay, Yani Damala. Then next, Aryan. Did you see Aryan? Or Bikas, B-I-K-A-S-H.
Yeah.
And Amber, A-M-B-E-R. I think they also started calling me.
Yes, I can see that. Yep.
I think Yam can go. I'll just receive the call and maybe they're a little confused.
Yeah. Thanks, Tool.
Hey there, yeah, I see a lot of name here. We got Indra, that's from our community, I guess. And if you can.
Yam, are you able to promote people to panelists as a panelist yourself? Can you try to do that, as maybe Tool can start taking comments and interpreting, and if you see additional people who've joined, you can promote them?
No, I have no idea how to do that, but I'm here to interpret, and Tool will just send people to the panelists. That's
Okay.
how we figure out.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Or Yatrika, do you need to, I think we need to pull Yatrika also, maybe.
Okay.
अझै पनि हामीले यहाँ लामो नेम लिस्ट भएकोले गर्दा यो हेर्दाखेरि अब राम्रो नदेखिएर छुटिन सक्छ कि, यदि तपाईको नाम छुटेको छ भने मलाई मेसेज गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ अथवा फोन गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ ल।
We got Albina.
Okay.
Anjali, Anjali.
Yep.
Okay. Daniel Rai, let's say.
We got Ayusma Pradhan.
Okay, are you ready to start, Tool? Does that look like everyone?
छुटेको छ भने मलाई मेसेज गर्नुहोस् अथवा फोन गर्नुहोस् हैन। अहिले म यतापटि हामीले प्यानलिस्टमा तपाईहरुलाई तानेको छौं। यदि तपाईको नाम छुटेको छ भने मलाई फोन अथवा मेसेज गर्नुहोस्। हामीले अब सुरु गर्छौं होला। So yes, I think we are good to go.
Great, thank you.
And also, Emily, I have like 3 audio message. Do you want me to go with that message first, or let them finish first, and I'll go with the message last?
Yeah, I would say let's start with the people who are here who want to make comments in person, and then we
Okay.
can finish with the recordings if that's okay.
Okay, so हामी सीताराम भाइबाट सुरु गरौँ। पहिला फर्स्टमा तपाईकै छ। तपाईँ अनम्युट गर्नुहोस् त भाइ।
सर्वप्रथम सबैमा नमस्कार। म सीताराम आचार्य, हाल विनिस्कीमा बसाइ 4 वर्ष जति भयो।
Namaste everyone. My name is Sitaram and I have been living in Winooski for last 4 years.
सर्वप्रथम म चाहिँ के भन्छु भने SRO राख्नुपर्छ। राख्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो समुदायलाई राम्रो हुन्छ, किनभने विगतमा पनि हामी रिफ्युजी क्याम्पमा बसेर आएको र पुलिसहरुको रेखदेखमै रहेर बसेको हुनाले गर्दा पुलिसहरु हुनु भनेको सेफ एन्ड सेफ्टीको लागि राम्रो हो।
Can you pull Ganga Shrestha from attendee? Okay, so Sitaram, he talked about police officer is for safety, for protection, not only for our children, for everyone.
Hello. अनि अफिसर राख्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब स्कुलको शान्ति सुव्यवस्था सँगसँगै स्कुल एरियाको ट्राफिक मेन्टेनेन्सको लागि पनि राम्रो हुन्छ, किनकि अफिसरहरु देखे पछाडी नानीहरु पिकअप गर्दा ओर्दा अलिकति मान्छेहरु कन्सियस भएर गर्छन् र एक्सिडेन्ट हुने सम्भावनाहरु पनि कम हुन्छ।
So people, he also talked about the traffic. If there is police officer, so controlling the traffic, and also people will be more safe. People will be cautious about vehicles, and also there will be a lot of people will take care of things when police officer is there.
मेरोबाट चाहिँ यति नै।
So this is Sitaram, and then I'm done with that. अब हामी केबी सरकोमा जाउँ। केबी सर तपाईले भन्नुस्, तपाईको पाली आएछ। तपाई हजुर।
नमस्कार सबैजना, नमस्कार। मेरो नाम केबी बर्दिया हो र म चाहिँ योजना बर्दियाको अभिभावक, योजना बर्दियाको बाबा हो। धन्यवाद मलाई यहाँहरुले यो सम्झिने मौका दिनुभयो। म धेरै आभारी छु।
केबी सर तपाईको आवाज सुनेकै छैन कि? के भएर आवाज आएन, अलिक करङक्रङ आएको छ, फेरि भन्नुस् त। So my name is KB Bardeva. My daughter goes to JFK school. Her name is Yojana. त्यहाँदेखि उताको भन्नुस् त सर।
अनि आजको यो मिटिङमा मलाई सम्झिनु भयो यसको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद।
I'm very thankful because I'm invited to the meeting.
र मैले अघिदेखि पनि सुन्दै आइरहेको छु, एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुराहरु छ। हामीलाई नभई नहुने कुराहरु हामीले आफैले बुझ्नु पर्छ। एक त अर्को कुरो, हाम्रो नानी स्कुलमा छ, स्कुलमा सेफ सुरक्षा अथवा शान्ति राख्नको लागि पुलिस अफिसर अनिवार्य रूपमा हुनैपर्छ।
सर तपाईँको ब्रेक भए पनि भयो कि तर मैले अनुमान गरेर चाहिँ ट्राई गर्छु है सर अब मिल्छ होला त सुन्नु हुँदैछ अनि मिलेन भने फेरि भन्नुहोस् है सर ल मैले बिचको अलिकति ब्रेक भएर सुनिनँ कि I have been listening to meeting since started. So it is really very important for our child's safety, and I feel we should have police officer in the school. It's very, very important for our child's safety.
बट बरु अंग्रेजीबाटै भन्दिँदा ठिक हुन्छ होला ढिलो पनि हुन्छ होला
अंग्रेजीबाट भन्नुभयो भने हुन्छ
So in this meeting, I'll support the police must be in the schools because there will be, if there will be police in the school, everything goes smoothly. And if there will not be police, the problem comes day by day. So we need police anyhow in the school. We need police anyhow in the school during the school days. Police saves our students from any kinds of violences, sexual harassment, students fighting among each other, parking car, etc. So if there is police, parking system goes systematically. So if there is no police, there will be problem because last time I have seen many parents they were facing problems. They wanted to pick up their kids, but car up and down, the location or the position of the car were not in the proper place, not in the proper parking place. So in general, I want to say that there must be police. Again, I want to say that there must be police in the schools. Without police, already my friend told me that we have been living in Nepal under police. So I guess that if there will be no police, there will be many circumstances to us. There will be many problems come to us, come to our school, come to our students. So to avoid the problems, to avoid the such activities, we have to keep the police. We have to, police must be in the schools. हामीलाई पुलिस जसरी भए पनि स्कुलमा पाइन्छ किन भन्दाखेरि हामी पहिल्यैदेखि पुलिसको अन्डरमा बस्दै आएका हौं तुल सर प्लिज
Okay, so we are under the care of police officer in the school.
Police,
so this has to continue in future.
सुरक्षाको लागि पुलिस चाहिन्छ
हजुर सर तपाईको भोइस अलिकति काटिँदा आयो तर भने
पहिला कुरा त हामी
कुराहरु हामीले
पुलिसको अन्डरमा बस्दै आएको नेपालमा पनि पुलिसको अन्डरमै थियो पुलिस चाहिन्छ किन भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ कुनै सिटको
सर तपाईको अलिकति फ्रीज पनि भयो हामीले आवाज सुन्यौं कि तपाईलाई सर हामीले एकछिनमा तपाईले मोबाइलबाट जोइन गर्नुभयो भने सुनिन्थ्यो होला कि हामीले अब उहाँ शान्त राईलाई हामी बोल्न दिन्छौं ल सर अहिले तपाईको आवाज अलिकति सुन्दैन सर Okay. Santa Raiji, तपाईँ बोल्दा हुन्छ अब.
My name is Santa Rai. Good evening to everyone. In my opinion, all the school families feel safer when there is a police officer in the school. Illegal activities or suspicious activities can be controlled and lower the rates of criminal incidents, particularly violent ones. I think the students feel safer and can learn better because they become mentally strong with less stress from being bullied or physically harmed in the school. And me as a me as a parent, I always feel safer when there is a police officer on duty in the school. To add to it, we can see a lot of control in the traffic at the parking lot while picking up our children. Overall, I say yes to keep the police officer in the school for our protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Tool, could you please, we have quite a few people who'd like to speak and it's 7:25. Could you ask the rest of the people who'd like interpretation in the poly to please keep their comments as short as possible?
Okay.
Preferably under, at least under 2 minutes, but even shorter would be better so we can make sure everyone has a chance to speak. Thank you so much.
हामी सबैजनाले अलिकति छोटो छोटोमै बोल्नु होला भन्ने कुरो छ हैन यहाँ, किन भन्दा समयको अभावले गर्दा पनि यो हामीलाई समय अलिक कम छ. अब हामी कमल दाल उहाँले बोलिहाल्नुस् त दुई शब्द. कमल दाल भन्नाले यता हाम्रो अभिभावक चाहिँ कमल दाल.
हेलो, सुन्नुहुँदैछ?
हजुर भन्नुस् अब.
जस्तै मभन्दा अगाडि भन्ने साथीहरूले भनिहाल्नु भयो
हजुर
पुलिस हुनै पर्छ भनेर. म पनि त्यही भन्छु, किनकि पुलिस भन्नाले त्यो शब्दमै कस्तो छ भनेदेखि अब हामीले एउटा दुईटा नानी घरमा हेर्नुको लागि कति समस्या हुन्छ भनेपछि बिचारा टिचरहरू पनि हामी जस्तै हो. उनीहरूले पनि त्यही एउटा पुलिसको आधारमा त त्यो स्कुलमा त्यो विद्यार्थीलाई केही भयो भने पुलिस छ भन्ने उनीहरूलाई पनि आधारमा बसेको हुन्छ. हामीले तीनटा बच्चा हेर्नुको लागि त्यस्तो समस्या पर्छ भने उनीहरूले त त्यत्रो बच्चालाई गाइड गर्दैछ उनीहरूले भनेपछि त त्यहाँ त अनिवार्य रूपमा चाहिन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ, मेरो भित्रै सोचाइमा चाहिँ. साथीहरूले के भन्नुहुन्छ कि बा?
Okay. So my name is Kamal Dahal. I'm a parent. To be a parent of like 2 to 3 children, it is very hard, and also at home to control our children is really very difficult. So our teachers are working really hard, and there are a lot of students. They don't have only 1 or 2 children; they have a lot of children. So I feel really bad if there is no police officer in the school. There might be a lot of things going on in the classroom and outside the classroom. So even the teachers feel safe when there is police officer in the school. अब हामी अर्को विकास भाइले केही 2 शब्द भन्नुस् त.
Hello everyone. I hope you guys are listening to me very well.
Yes.
Sir,
Ekdam, you're good to go.
Okay. So I'm not good in English, but I'm trying to like share my opinion to everybody. And
भाइ तपाईको आवाज फेरि काट्यो कि? तपाईँको आवाज काट्यो फेरि एकखेप
So I feel safer when the kids are in school and the police protection is over there. And I hope every teachers, every kids, and everybody in the school, every staffs, they like feel safer when the police is there. And you know, if there is no any police in the school, then there will be the you know many kinds of violence. Like everybody, we know that last year in the Florida, there is in the high school there happened something, you know, that's very bad for everyone. And if there is no police, then who knows that you know that not happen here in our school, the same kind of event. And so I support the police. You know, he's a good guy, and he's protecting us and our kids. So I don't want to like take more time, and this is my opinion. And I'm like I'm thankful to the school administration, and you know, and because they give us like this special time, and to share my opinion. And also I'm thankful to the officer Jason, because he's working hard to protect us and protect our kids, our school, our buildings, and that's our property. Thank you, everybody.
धन्यवाद विकास भाइ हाम्रो यहाँ देविका दिदी हुनुहुन्थ्यो अघि अहिले हुनुहुन्छ कि हुनुहुन्न यहाँ मैले देख्दिनँ कि उहाँको पाली आएको थियो मैले देखे जस्तो लागेन
Tool, excuse me. Daniel Ray has a hand raised. I don't know if there is something just to make a comment or if there's something additional. I don't want to go out of order. It was just because you're interested.
ठीक है दिदीको तपाईको थियो कि तपाईको टर्न आयो हजुर भन्नुस् भाइ
Okay.
Daniel भाइ तपाईको टर्न आयो अब
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to give thanks to to board, Winooski board, and everyone. So I think this is the good amount. I actually don't like the sound of the plane right now. It's coming to the roof. Anyways, thank you. I think this is the good amount of discussion about having police in the school or not. So I have both sides. First of all, I want to share, like, I already knew that police will not able to stop all kind of crimes, but it's definite that it helps discourage people to elevate crimes at some point. I truly believe that. And for that, to support that, my saying, I just want to lay out a simple example. So we all drive, even in highway or in cities. Especially, let's talk about highways. And if we are driving, if the speed limit is 60, and if we are driving 65, even 5 miles higher, and if we see empty police car, what we do? We will definitely slow down. Definitely. That means it discourages us to cross the rules. We will definitely slow down. And if we do not see the police again, we will go like 70 or 80. That's our nature, human nature. So I think having police at school will definitely help people discourage doing crimes. And I'm not saying that police will 100% protect or will able to stop the crimes, but it will definitely help discouraging crime at anywhere. So my opinion is, I think it's better to have police at school. For the other side, what I want to say is, like, we have heard from students that they do not want to have police at school, and they have given us their reason as well. I don't know how true is that. They feel that they were not treated equally with other people, and I don't want my son to say same thing. So I want to have police officer at school, but I do not want to be. I want to be treated everyone equally, even is Asian or Native American or any of the part of the world. I want school be like equally treated for all students, and I don't know why other students are saying that they were not treated equally. It has to be like some kind of meetings with them, and what makes feel them that way. I think that's really important for everyone of us, and also for teacher, and also I don't know, like, how roles are divided at school, like what are the roles teacher can do, and if they cannot handle it, and what next step. We were unaware of that, how police and schools teachers are coordinating that. I'm unaware of that one, but definitely I hope you guys are working together to keep things safe.
Thanks, Daniel.
अब
And
अर्को हाम्रो यानी दिदी अनि त्यहाँदेखि
Tool, I'm just gonna just because we're really getting close to the time when we had kind of allotted 2 hours to public comments. I believe we can extend it, but I'm just gonna set a timer. So I'll make a signal to you when the time is up if the parent is still making a comment. So is that okay? Thank you. Just so that everyone has enough time to speak and share.
दुई शब्द बोल्नुस् त धेरै लामो नबोल्नुस् कि अब धेरै कुराहरु अलि छोटो
Can I be the one to translate? It's just, I know, like, there's just some issues that went on today, and I don't really trust the translating too much right now, and my mom has agreed to it too. So I would really like it if I could translate for her. Mom, go ahead.
हुन्छ नमस्कार मेरो नाम यानी धमाला म हुनिस्कीमा बस्छु मेरो 4 जना छोरी हुनिस्कीमै पढ्यो अब अहिले पनि एउटा छोरी हुनिस्की जाँदैछ
Hi, my name is Yani Damala. I live in Winooski. I have 4 kids who have gone to the Winooski High School, to the Winooski School District in general, and I have a child right now who's currently in the school.
अनि यो पुलिसको बारेमा चाहिँ अब म चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भने जति पनि नानीहरुको खुसी चाहन्छौं हामी टिचरले आमा बाउले भने त्यो पुलिस राख्ने अथवा नराख्ने कुरोमा अहिले चल्दैछ हैन नानीहरु खुसी छ भने त्यो आमा बाउको पनि खुसी हुन्छ टिचरको पनि खुसी हुन्छ मैले चाहिँ यो पक्षमा छु कि नानीहरु जस्ट पुलिसद्वारा चाहिँ उनीहरु सुरक्षित छ छैन त्यो उनीहरुको भित्र हेरिरहे चाहिँ उनीहरुको मन चाहिँ डरले पुरा यो भइरहेको हुन्छ भने त्यो पुलिसले सुरक्षा त गर्यो बाहिर बाहिर तर उनीहरुले भित्र सुरक्षाको यस्तो लिएकै छैन भने चाहिँ नानीहरुले त्यो सिक्नु गएको पढ्नु गएको तर त्यो डर तरासमा परेको कारणले गर्दाखेरि उनीहरुले त्यो सुरक्षाको फिलै गरेको रहेनछ भन्ने मैले यो पुलिसको डरले उनीहरुले चाहिँ सुरक्षाको फिल गरेको रहन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ बुझे
So us as parents and teachers need to, I'm just gonna quickly just like summarize it, need to understand the kids' experiences, and if even though we believe the police to be people who hold safety outside of the school, if the students feel in their hearts that they are not safe in the school, then they are the ones that we need to listen to. Thank you. What did you want to say? Okay, thank you.
अब हामी सुक उहाँ सुकालदेनजी तपाईँ बोल्नुहोस् त 2 शब्द।
सबैलाई नमस्कार भन्न चाहन्छु र यो समय दिनुभएकोमा सरलाई धेरै धन्यवाद छ। 2 शब्द राख्न पाउँदाखेरि मलाई चाहिँ कस्तो लाग्छ भने अब यो हैन साथीले सबै ठिक भन्दा सबैले ठिकै भनेको छ। अब पुलिस चाहिन्छ हामी चाहिन्छ हैन। अब धेरै लामो बोल्ने नि समय छैन। पुलिस हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ हामीलाई पार्किङ गर्नलाई त्यहाँ जानलाई पनि र सबै मान्छेले नियम पालन अनुसारले पुलिसले देखेर पनि उहाँको डर बोकेर पनि नियमसँगले बद्धले चलेको छ। र मलाई यस्तो पनि लाग्छ किन स्कुलमा अलिकति सुरक्षाको लागि पुलिस पनि चाहिन्छ, किनभने ठाउँ ठाउँमा स्कुलतिर अलिकति त्यस्तो अलिकति खतरा पनि भइरहेको छ हैन। अलिकति अब हो हमला पनि नानीको माथि अलिकति त्यस्तो पनि भइरहेको छ। गर्दाखेरि पुलिस चाहिन्छ, अवश्य चाहिन्छ जस्तो मलाई चाहिँ। किन यसमा आउन शान्ति पनि छ पुलिस आउँदाखेरि चाहिँ कहिलेकाहीँ पुलिसले गुहार पनि दिएर सहायता पनि दिएर नानीहरूलाई बाटो देखाउने कि त्यो अलिकति सहायता पनि गर्छ। र म चाहिँ भन्छु अब पुलिस चाहिन्छ नै होला। अब ढुक्क लाग्छ पुलिस छ भने चाहिँ। मेरो अब यति भन्दा पनि यो 2 शब्द यही राख्दै फेरि सबैलाई नमस्कार भन्न चाहन्छु।
I am Suk Kalden. My children go to Winooski school. I am in favor of having police officer at the school because our children will be safe at the parking space. People follow rules. Everybody will be safe. And also I see police helping our kids. And as a whole, I feel safe even at home when there is police officer in the school. अब हाम्रो अर्को अम्बरजी तपाईको टर्न आएको छ ल। तपाईले अनम्युट गरेर केही 2 शब्द मात्रै बोल्नुस् न।
नमस्कार सर, मलाई तपाईहरुले बोल्नु दिएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। र म भन्छु कि के भनी त्यहाँ पुलिस पहिलेदेखि नै अब उहाँ क्याम्पदेखि नै पुलिसको सुरक्षा भएर आएको हो हामीहरू हैन। त्यसकारणले गर्दाखेरि यो स्कुलमा पुलिस छैन भने त्यहाँ कुनै पनि त्यो बदमास केटाकेटी धेरै छ। बदमास हो र बदमास जति केटाकेटी धेरै छ। धेरै हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो केटाकेटीले पत्याउँदैन टिचरलाई पत्याउँदैन। त्यसकारणले गर्दाखेरि पुलिस सुरक्षा चाहिन्छ त्यहाँ अनेबेरी चाहिन्छ पुलिस। म चाहिँ अनेबेरी चाहिन्छ, अरू त के म जान्दिनँ, केही पनि जान्दिनँ। अहिले पुलिसको सुरक्षा हुनाले गर्दाखेरि अहिले धेरै त्यहाँ छ। कुनै कुरो त्यहाँ भइगएको छ भने पनि पुलिसले सुधार्छ। पुलिस भनेको कुरो सबै सुरक्षाका लागि बसेको हो। पुलिस सबैको लागि सुरक्षाको लागि बसेको। त्यसकारणले गर्दाखेरि म चाहिँ भन्छु पुलिस चाहिँ अनेबेरी चाहिन्छ भन्छु।
ओके, हुन्छ अम्बरजी, ल हस्। Namaste everyone, my name is Amber. I am also in favor of having police officer at the school. I don't see all the students have good behavior. So, and also if there is police officer, students listen to their teachers well, and it is for the safety of our students. अब हामी यति नै छौँ। अरू okay, Prem.
Well, I believe.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, Tool. I was just going to mention, Tool, that there are 2 hands raised as well.
Okay.
In the panelists. Thank you.
Can I speak next?
Yes. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Yes, you can go.
So I'm speaking on behalf of my mom, and I would like Tool to translate what I'm saying. This is what she told me to say. School is a place where students should feel safe and not threatened. I have noticed a lot of parents are pro SRO because they want to use him as a disciplinary figure. So if the SRO is constantly monitoring our kids' every move, how are they supposed to feel safe at school? Could you please translate that? Two.
तपाईँले इङ्ग्लिसबाटै भन्नुभयो, मैले ट्रान्सलेट गर्नु
ए
परेन।
होइन, अरू प्यारेन्ट्सहरूले पनि सुनोस् भनेर मैले चाहिँ नेपालीमा
ए
भन्नु।
हजुर हजुर हजुर। हामी जस्तै नि बहिनीले चाहिँ अहिले के भनौँ, उसको मम्मीले चाहिँ मैले यो भनेको छु भनेर चाहिँ अब मम्मीको मुखबाट हामीले डाइरेक्ट सुनेको छैनौँ होइन, विजेताले भनेको हो। अब हामीले यसमै विश्वास गरेर चाहिँ के भनेको छ भन्दा चाहिँ मम्मीले चाहिँ पुलिस अफिसर भनेको एक किसिम नानीहरूले अब देख्ने बित्तिकै पुलिस अफिसरदेखि देख्ने बित्तिकै अब डराउने ओर्ने पहिलादेखि यो डरको भावनाभित्र पसेको हुन्छ। कक्षामा आएर उहाँहरूले चाहिँ हाम्रो सबै गतिविधिहरू हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले कसरी चाहिँ पढ्न सकिन्छ र सुरक्षित त हामीले एक किसिमको सुरक्षित भन्ने कुराहरू त एक अर्को ठाउँमा छ, तर अफिसरै अब कक्षामा आएर बस्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी सुरक्षित भएको जस्तो अझै महसुस हुँदैन भन्ने खालको चाहिँ हाम्रो नानीहरूले महसुस गरेन भनेर उहाँले भन्नुभएको छ।
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I would like to just say, please do not stop. Please do not say that, oh, this person said this, we don't know if we can trust it, but they said it, because that's not right. And just because Vijata's mom could not say that herself, Vijata said it for her to be her voice. So please do not doubt that she is telling the truth, because that's just, it's wrong. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I just had to say that.
I don't mean that, because I wanted parents, like I wanted to hear from them directly. And then once, I think before we had a meeting last time with Dad, and I think Dad was in favor of having police officers. So it's not that I doubted on her, but definitely I like to hear directly from her mom. Not if Bijata can have on her like her own opinion, but not talk on behalf of mom. I don't think so. It's good to talk.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But just,
on our family's behalf, so I was doing the same. Earlier, a student was speaking on our family's behalf, so I was doing the same for my mom. And I just want to clarify that my mom and my dad are not the same. They have their own minds and they think for themselves. Just because my dad thinks a certain way doesn't mean my mom will have the same thought. So anyways, I would like to continue what I was saying. So how is having a police officer as a disciplinary figure, like many parents suggested, any different from the corporal punishment we used to get back home? The only reason it seems you all want the police there is so that they can monitor us and then use the police to control us, because we don't get beat here, and you just want to replace the police with corporal punishment.
But like Yatrika said, she should be able to be talking on the behalf of her family, because she is in the family. She can talk for her mother or anyone in her family. But in my opinion, I want to say this, but
oh, excuse me, just one moment. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I think it's one comment at a time. And Vijayata, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Are you finished making your comments before Albina starts?
Not really. I was waiting for Tool to translate what I was saying.
That's what I thought. Yep. And then just there are 30 more seconds left, so Tool can translate, and then you'll have 30 seconds left if that's okay.
हुन त मैले फेरि यो भनिराख्नु हैन, विजेताको मम्मीले उहाँले सुनाएको सन्देश र विजेताले भनेको कुराहरु एउटै छ हैन। विजेताले पनि उहाँलाई के लाग्छ भन्दा चाहिँ अब हामीले कक्षामा पढ्दै गरेको बेला चाहिँ अब पुलिस अफिसर आएर हेर्ने गयो भने हामीले एक किसिमको उहाँहरूले मोनिटर गरिरहेको हुन्छ, एक किसिमको हामीले स्वतन्त्र रूपमा केही गर्न सकिँदैन, सुरक्षित भए जस्तो त हामीलाई लाग्दैन भन्ने खालको चाहिँ यही खालको उहाँले आफ्नो राय दिनुभएको छ।
Could you also explain how this is any different than corporal punishment?
त्यो लास्ट भाग फेरि भन्नु त विजेता, त्यो मैले अलिकति
So if our parents want to use the SRO as a disciplinary figure, how is that any different from corporal punishment, which is basically beating students like they used to back home?
अब हामीले के छ भन्दा चाहिँ सुरक्षित, अब अघि यहाँ अमरजीले भने जस्तो पनि अलिक कुरा आयो हैन, जस्तै हाम्रो नानीहरूले टेर्दैन, पुलिस छ भने टेर्छ भन्ने कुरो भयो। त्यो भनेको चाहिँ जस्तै विगतको समयमा चाहिँ अब हामीले नानीहरूले टेरेन भने कुटपिट गरेर चाहिँ टेर्ने बनाउने गरिन्थ्यो। अब त्यस्तै खालको झन्डै मिल्दो जुल्दो हुन्छ। नानीहरूले बदमास गर्यो त्यसको लागि पुलिस हुनुपर्छ भन्ने चाहिँ त्यो जरुरी छैन भन्ने चाहिँ उहाँको भनाइबाट चाहिँ मैले त्यो बुझेँ.
And my mom had a question. Our kids are the ones spending 8 hours at school every day. So why are we asking our parents how we feel about our kids' safety and not them themselves? They are the ones at school every single day for 8 hours. So why aren't we asking if they feel safe or not?
यहाँ अहिले विजेताले के पनि भनेको छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ उसको उहाँको मम्मीले चाहिँ अब कक्षामा रहने भनेको 8-8 घण्टा विद्यार्थीहरू हो हैन. विद्यार्थीको राय पनि अब जान्नु बुझ्नु धेरै जरुरी हुन्छ. यो कक्षा भनेको अब उसको उहाँहरुको आमा बाउको लागि होइन भन्ने कुरो पनि छ यसमा.
Thank you, Mr. Toole. That was all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Albina, तिमीले जान सक्छौ.
Thank you. So we had this meeting some weeks ago, I think, and we were specifically talking about the SRO, and we had a meeting with Jason himself and asked that question, and there was one important question, and she said, you don't really need discipline because the police officer, in his response, he said, he does not do any discipline. Why are the parents talking about discipline? And the students are going to the school mostly.
अल्बिनाको पनि भनाइ छ हैन, उहाँहरुको अफिसर जेसनसँग बातचित गर्दाखेरि पनि हैन, उहाँले भन्नुभएको छ पुलिस अफिसरले चाहिँ डिसिप्लिनको काम हेर्ने होइन, बाहिरको अब सुरक्षाको लागि मात्रै हेर्ने हो भन्ने कुरा छ. तर अब हामीले आमा बाउले चाहिँ के भनिन्छ भने अब नानी पनि डिसिप्लिन होस्, पुलिसले गर्दा डिसिप्लिन हुन्छ कि भन्ने चाहिँ अघि कुराहरु आएको थियो.
So in school, he specifically said he doesn't discipline, but why are the parents talking about discipline stuff? And plus, some students might have trauma from past that they are afraid of seeing a police officer, or they just have a bad experience. Maybe they are afraid of basically weapons they carry around. And why should the parents be having to say, I get it, they're worried, but it's mostly the students because they're going to school mostly, and they should be able to talk. And they should be able to say what they need to and not what the parents need to.
अल्बिनाको भनाइ अर्को के पनि छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब हामी विगतको कुराहरुको अनुभव हेर्दाखेरि हैन, अब कुनै मान्छे बन्दुक लिएर आउँदाखेरि हामीले पुलिस अफिसर देख्दाखेरि पनि एक किसिमको त्रास हाम्रो पहिलादेखि हाम्रो दिमागमा बसेको छ. त्यही कुराहरु फेरि स्कुलमा पनि देख्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले त्यस्तै खालको अनुभव फेरि पनि हामीलाई आउँछ. अनि अब हामीलाई डिसिप्लिन गर्ने कुरा त अब अभिभावकले अघि पनि भन्नुभयो, अब डिसिप्लिन गर्नु त खासै जरुरी छैन पुलिसबाट भन्ने कुरा छ.
Albina, you have sorry, just 30 seconds left for your comment if that will work for you. Thank you.
Okay. So in my opinion, we don't need a police officer because
अल्बिनाले आफ्नो रायमा चाहिँ पुलिस अफिसर स्कुलमा चाहिदैन भनेर चाहिँ उहाँको राय छ. अब कसको पाली पर्यो भने इन्द्र भाइ तपाई जानुहुन्छ?
म जान्छु ल.
हुन्छ हुन्छ.
इङ्ग्लिसबाट सुरु गर्छु, त्यहाँबाट नेपालीमा बोल्छु अनि ट्रान्सलेट गरिदिनुस् ल. So I came here today hoping to convince the school board members to take action geared towards student safety and racial justice, precisely to get rid of SRO.
इन्द्र भाइ तपाईले नेपाली र दुईटैमै
गरिदिनुस्. म अनि इङ्ग्लिसमा चाहिँ बोर्ड मेम्बरलाई कम्युनिकेट गर्ने, त्यहाँबाट म प्यारेन्ट्ससँग डाइरेक्टली बोल्ने हो.
एकदम बोल्नुस् ल.
So I will repeat. So Emily, please reset the time. I came here today hoping to convince school board members to take action geared towards student safety and racial justice, precisely getting rid of SRO.
And I believe you're asking Tool to translate into Nepali. Yeah.
मैले चाहिँ सोचेको तपाईले पहिला अंग्रेजीमा भन्नुहुन्छ अनि फेरि नेपालीमा भन्नुहुन्छ भन्ने भयो नि त.
So I came here today hoping to convince school board members to take action geared towards student safety and racial justice, precisely getting rid of SRO?
उहाँ आज यो यस बैठकमा आउनु भएको छ हैन मैले कतिपय शब्दहरू छुटाए भने तपाईले एड गर्नुस् ल
I'll take over. म आज स्कुल बोर्डमा चाहिँ स्कुल बोर्डलाई हाम्रो जातीय दमन अन्त्य गरौँ र हाम्रो विद्यार्थीहरूको सेफ्टी चाहिँ राम्रोसँग गरौँ भनेर SRO निकालौँ भनेर आएको थिएँ. However, after learning about a development of blatant power play in which school employed personnel was used to call parents, asking them to come to the meeting in support of SRO. In support of SRO, I changed my mind. This is how white supremacy preserves, protects, and continues. That's one thing WASA wanted to get rid of. तर म तपाईहरुसित डाइरेक्टली बोल्न किन खोज्दैछु भने मैले सुने स्कुलले नै लगाएका कर्मचारीहरुबाट फोन सुनेर आजको मिटिङमा आउनुहोस् एसआरओ राख्नुपर्छ भन्ने कतिजनाले सुन्नु भएको रहेछ फोन आएछ अनि त्योबाट चाहिँ तपाई यो मिटिङमा आउनु भएछ त्यो सुनिसकेपछि म तपाईहरुसित नै डाइरेक्टली बोल्न चाहन्छु. So now Tool, if you could translate in English or I can do it myself. हामी बोल्दाखेरि सबैले के भन्नुभयो भने पुलिसले रेखदेख गरेर हुर्केर आएका मान्छे भन्नुभयो. त भुटाङे त शरणार्थी भन्दाखेरि थुरुक्क मुत्ने मान्छे हामी नै हैनौ. So y'all talked about how police protected us even in the refugee camp. But when we heard the term police, we used to literally pee back in the refugee camp because they used to beat the crap out of us. अनि अमेरिकामा तपाईहरु पुलिसले रेखदेख गरो भन्नुहुन्छ. तपाईका छोराछोरीलाई पढ्नुपर्छ भन्दाखेरि उदाहरण मेरो दिनुहुन्छ. विनोस्की स्कुल गए, जर्जटाउन, हार्वर्ड, अहिले सरकारी काम सरकारको कामहरु गरेर बसेको छु. तपाईहरु आफ्नो विद्यार्थीलाई यसरी पढ्नुपर्छ भनेर मलाई देखाउनुहुन्छ. So when in the community when we talk about how to go to school and be successful, you point at me as an example. I know this because I attended Winooski school, went to Georgetown, Harvard, I work in government programming, work with organizations. स्कुलमा हुँदाखेरि जब म माथि अन्याय र अत्याचार भयो मेरो शरीर पुरा चेक गरेर जुत्ता खोल्न लगाएर स्न्याक प्याक चेक गरेर मोजा खोल्न लगाएर थर्काएर बस्दाखेरि पुलिसलाई प्रयोग गरेर मेरो आवाज हामी माथि अन्याय र अत्याचार भयो भन्दाखेरि पुलिसलाई लगाएर स्कुलले मलाई थर्काएको थियो. So when I went to Winooski school district, when I raised my voice and concern at school district, they stripped me. They searched my entire body, my socks, shoes, my snack pack. Only then I was able to go to class. त्यसो हुँदा तपाईहरुलाई आफ्नो विद्यार्थीको सुरक्षा चाहिँ पुलिस राखेर हुन्छ डर त्रास देखाएर मात्रै हुन्छ भने तपाईहरुले क्याम्पको मानसिकता थर्काउँदा मात्रै पिर्ता मात्रै कुर्ता मात्रै हाम्रो विद्यार्थी सुध्रिन्छन् भन्ने मानसिकता छोड्नु भएन छ. So if you still think keeping a police officer there and using fear as a tactic in order to get your student on track is the way you're advocating, my friends, you haven't lived the mentality from the refugee camp where we simply relied on fear-based tactic in order to like try to discipline people. So तपाईहरुलाई म एउटा कुरा भन्छु. मैले हाम्रो समुदायका विद्यार्थीहरु जहिले पनि सफल हुनुपर्छ भन्नेमै लागेको छु र आजसम्म तपाईहरुको विद्यार्थीमा केही परो समुदायमा चाहिँ समस्या परो भन्दाखेरि आवाज चाहिएको ठाउँमा आएको पनि छु. So far, whenever there is an issue in the community, whenever people talk about like motivating people to the community, I have been there. If you want, यदि तपाईहरुको बच्चाहरु सफल हुन्, सक्सेस हुन् भन्नुहुन्छ भने डर त्रास देखाएर कहिले पनि काम लाग्दैन. So if you want your kids to succeed, fear-based tactic is not going to work. तपाईहरुलाई एउटा एक्जाम्पल दिन्छु. क्याफेटेरियामा बस्दाखेरि गोरा र हाम्रा काला अनि हाम्रो जातको नेपालीहरु सबै सरोबर हल्ला गर्ने चिच्याउने सरोबर हो. I'll give you a precise example. In cafeteria, when there are white kids and brown and black kids, they make the same level of noise. तर कसको पछाडी पुलिस उभिएर चाहिँ तर्साइराखेको हुन्छ तपाईहरुलाई थाहा छ? कहिले गएर क्याफेटेरियामा बस्नु भएको छ? But do you know who stands behind black and brown kids thinking they're a criminal all by default? It's only black and brown kids. तपाई हाम्रो बच्चाका लागि. त्यसो हुँदा तपाई आफ्नो बच्चाको चाहिँ सफल होस् सुरक्षित होस् भन्नुहुन्छ भने हाम्रो बच्चाहरुको मेन्टल समस्या के छ उनीहरूलाई मोटिभेसन कसरी बढाउनु पर्छ, क्याम्पबाट आएको डर त्रास कसरी हटाउनु पर्छ, पढाइमा कसरी मोटिभेटेड हुनुपर्छ भन्ने विषयमा ठुल्ठुलो काउन्सिलरहरू बढी हायर गरेर हाम्रो ट्याक्सलाई भनेर चाहिँ आवाज उठाउनुहोस् न। If you want your kids to succeed, advocate to hire mental health counselors, people who do restorative justice, people who do counseling and all those things. Why are you advocating to keep an armed officer who will simply use the fear-based tactic that will keep your kids safe? Give me a break. That's not gonna let us succeed. त्यसो हुँदा तपाईहरु जति नै कुरो गर्नुस्, हामी डर त्रास देखाएर पुलिस राख्दा ट्राफिक पुलिसले मात्रै गर्ने हैन। पुलिस त्यो स्कुल भित्रको ट्राफिक गर्नको लागि हामी नेपालमा भएर त्यो झण्डा हल्लाएर देखाउने ठाउँ होइन त। It's not the country where we come from where we have to flag everybody to maintain traffic. Let's not use that as an excuse. यदि तपाईहरु साच्चै आफ्नो बच्चाहरु सफल हुन्, राम्रो हुन् भन्ने चाहनुहुन्छ भने स्कुलमा काउन्सिलरहरु, मेन्टल हेल्थ एक्सपर्टको मान्छेहरु ल्याएर चाहिँ सहयोग गर, कलेजमा कसरी जाने भन्नेतिर ध्यान दिनुस्। पुलिसलाई राखेर पैसा खर्च गरेर डर त्रास देखाएर गर्नुहुन्छ भने तपाईहरुले घरमा बच्चालाई कुटेर डर त्रास देखाएर म सफल बनाउँछु भन्ने भन्दा फाल्टो ट्याक्टिक होइन। त्यसो हुँदा सोच्नुस्, कसले कल गरेर के भनेर आउनु भएको थियो त्यो छुट्टै राख्नुस्, भित्र हृदयबाट सोच्नुस्।
Indra, excuse me. I am blown away by your ability to interpret yourself like that with such dexterity. Yeah, excellent job. Thank you so much. So your time for commenting is up. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Indra bhai, एउटा कुरा म clear गर्छु कि I think one thing I just wanted to clear with Indra. Whenever I call parents, I definitely said we are talking about having police officer. That is your opinion, you can talk. Having a police officer, or if you don't want police officer, you can talk about that. I didn't say like you have to talk about having, you should talk about only in favor of police officer. I said both. I have the recording here.
Well, I didn't accuse you of anything, but I have evidence of like the calls as well. There is a saying in Nepali, chorko khutta kat bhanda khutta tanja. There is, there is a saying where we say, cut the leg of a stealer. Guess who pulls the leg first? Is the person who robbed. So if you did it, I'm sorry, I was not accusing you, but I do have people who heard the conversation and got the call, and they may raise their voice.
हैन कस्तो भने नि भाइ, अब यस्तो हुन्छ कि धेरै जनाले चाहिँ हैन हामी पुलिस राख्छौं भनेर चाहिँ उहाँले नै मलाई भन्नुभयो हैन। अनि त्यस्तो हो भने त ठिकै छ, त्यही आफ्नै बारेमा भन्नुस् बोल्नुस् भन्ने कुरा हो। तर मेरोमा चाहिँ मैले एक दुईवटा कल रेकर्ड गरेर राखेको छु भाइ। यदि त्यसमा मैले चाहिँ तपाईले यसमा पुलिस राख्नै पर्छ भनेर बोल्नु पर्छ भन्ने मैले भनेको छैन।
Well, I'm not accusing you. I appreciate that.
Indirectly मलाई भएको जस्तो लागेर मैले त्यो तपाईलाई क्लियर गर्न आएको थिएँ।
Accusing you, but
need to move on, please.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Who is the next one now? I think Ayushma.
Oh, hi, my name is Ayushma. I'm a student in Winooski school, and I also do not want the officer to be at our school because I personally do not feel safe with him at our school because of all the racism involving officers that is going on in the world. Yeah.
आयुष्माको राय पनि हामीले बुझ्यौं हैन। उहाँले पनि स्कुलमा पुलिस अफिसर हुनु हुँदैन किन भन्दा रेसिजमको कुराहरू धेरै हामीले सुनेका छौं देखेका छौं। त्यसको कारणले गर्दा चाहिँ म सुरक्षित महसुस गर्दिन स्कुलमा भन्नु भएको छ। अर्को को हुनुहुन्छ अब? प्रेम, उहाँ प्रेम हुनुहुन्छ। प्रेम भट्टराई होला, बोल्न सक्नुहुन्छ अनम्युट गरेर। I don't think Prem is able to talk today.
Okay, I've asked Prem to unmute, but I don't know. Do you want to wait a minute and see if they can unmute?
नमस्ते सबैलाई। मेरो नाम प्रेम हो, म हिनिस्कीमै बस्छु हैन, कालाम स्टेट। मेरो दुईटा नानी त्यहाँ स्कुलमा पढ्दै छन् हिनिस्कीमा। अब त्यस्तै छ अलि दुःखै छ त्यति राम्रो पनि छैन नराम्रो पनि छैन दुःखै छ अहिले स्कुलबाट चाहिँ मलाई अहिले त्यही हो अब स्कुलमा त्यही हो भन्छन् अब कसैले पुलिस भन्छन् कसैले पुलिस चाहिँदैन भन्छन् यो हामीहरू एकदम कन्फ्युज भयौँ क्या यो अब हामीहरू चाहिँ पुलिस चाहिन्छ भन्ने अब हामी कहीँ बाटामा जाँदै गइयो भने पनि यसो सुरक्षा चाहिँ हाम्रो पुलिसै पहिला पुलिसमै हामीहरूले फोन गर्नुपर्छ अरूले हामीहरूलाई त्यो सम्झाउँदैन अरू को जान्छ र हामीहरूलाई पुलिसदेखि बाहेक पुलिसै जानुपर्छ अब म अब बाटामा कहाँ जाँदैछु गाडी लिएर अब त्यहाँ कहीँ स्टुडेन्ट केही भयो ओर्यो भने पनि अब पुलिसमै 991 हान्नै पर्यो अनि मेरोबाट चाहिँ पुलिस चाहिन्छ नि भन्दैछु अब नानीहरूलाई चाहिँ अब कतिलाई नचाहिएको रहेछ के भन्नु म त अलि अप्ठ्यारो भयो
So I'm Prem. I know he's having a lot of problems these days. I know people talk about not having police officer, and some of our friends talk about having police officer. I'm also in favor of having police officer, but I'm a little bit nervous about things.
Can I have a turn to speak? I've had my hand raised for like ever, and I haven't had a chance to speak. I've only spoken from my mom.
Yatrika, yes. तिमीले बोल्न सक्छौ.
Hi, my name is Yatrika. I go to Winooski School. I am a student. I have been a student there for the last 11 years. So I have a lot of experience there. Please keep that in mind. Personally, I believe that school is a place to go learn, not be disciplined, like it's been mentioned previously. It's a place where I go to learn. So I would like it if people could hear my opinions and know how I feel when I am in that building with a police officer, because I do not feel safe. Whether anyone says, oh, my kids are safe in there, I'm telling you, I am a kid of a parent who is just like you, and I do not feel safe. I'm also from a refugee camp. At the age of 5, I saw police officers beating people up. I live near a police station. To this day, I am still terrified to be near a police officer. Until recently, I didn't even know what that feeling was. I thought it was normal to have that fear. It should not be normal. I do not want to live in fear going to a place where I'm looking for a bright future to go learn. My mom did not bring me all the way to this country just to have me be in a system which discriminates against me and has me living in fear.
Okay.
Can you translate that? So thank you to all the parents.
यात्रिकाले पनि आफ्नो राय राख्नु भएको छ हैन. उहाँले चाहिँ के भन्नुभयो भने म स्कुलमा आएको मैले पढ्नु सिक्नु शिक्षा हासिल गर्नु तर मलाई कसैले दबाबमा पारेर डिसिप्लिन गर्नुलाई गरोस् भनेर म आएको हैन मैले पढ्नु पर्ने सिक्नुको लागि आएको भन्ने हो हैन. अनि म रेफ्युजी क्याम्पबाट आएको मेरो छेउमै पुलिस थाना पनि नजिकै थियो. मेरो नराम्रो अनुभव छ त्यहाँ मैले मान्छेलाई कुटेको पिटेको देखेको छु. मैले पुलिस अझ पनि स्कुलमा देख्दा मलाई डर लाग्छ त्रास लाग्छ किन भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब पुलिस देख्दाखेरि चाहिँ मेरो पहिलाको अनुभव मलाई सम्झना आउँछ र म चाहिँ डरमा रहनु भन्दा चाहिँ पुलिस अफिसर स्कुलमा नभएको रहँदा चाहिँ राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने उहाँको भनाइ छ.
म अनि यहाँ नेपालीहरू जो हुनुहुन्छ यो पनि भन्न चाहन्छु कि तपाईहरु तपाईको छोरा छोरीहरुलाई सिकाउनु त लानु भएको नि स्कुल हैन. सो उनीहरु अघि इन्द्र दाइले भने जसरी 8 घण्टा त्यो स्कुलमा बस्छन् अर भिजा दिदीले भने जसरी 8 घण्टा त्यो स्कुलमा बस्छन्. उनीहरुको बारेमा पनि सोच्नुहोस्. मलाई थाहा छ कि तपाईहरुको मनमा पुलिस अफिसर तपाईहरुको हेराइले राम्रो हो उनीहरु हुँदाखेरि सुरक्षा प्रोभाइड हुन्छ भनेर तपाईहरुलाई विश्वास छ होला. तर म भन्दछु मेरो एक्सपिरियन्सबाट मलाई त्यस्तो लाग्दैन. अनि म त्यो स्कुलमा 11 वर्ष भइसक्यो गएको. सो त्यो पनि आई गेस त्यो पोइन्ट लिएर जानु अनि अलिक आई गेस त्यसको बारेमा सोचेर चाहिँ अलिक opinion त्यतिखेर चाहिँ दिनु होला. Thank you.
त्यसैलाई अब अङ्ग्रेजीबाट पनि भन्ने यात्रिका
हजुर भनिदिनुहोस् न.
भन्नु नि यात्रिकाले भने
मै भनिदिनु कि तपाईँ भनिदिनुहुन्छ?
भन्दिनँ इङ्ग्लिसबाट भन्न सकिहाल्छ.
So what I said was, again, repeating, like, I've been going to that school for 11 years. I have the experience. I've lived through it. And I just want the parents to just take a moment to think about the experiences that their students go through before. And I do understand the fear and the belief and their views on why they would think the police is safe, but times are changing and we need to see things from the point of view of the people who are in that building, who have lived through it, who are constantly there and have to deal with it. Just being in that building and having a police officer there with a gun, by the way. I didn't say that in Nepali, but with a gun. It's also described as a tool by people or an instrument, but we're not even allowed to have pepper spray in the school. So that says a lot.
Okay, I think we are अरु कोही रहेको छ अरु हामीमा केही कुरा भन्नेमा? Do we have anybody left?
Are you ready to move into your interpreter channel tool?
I think I will just I just talked with 2-3 families today, so they told me they were not able to come, but they just want to say something very short. I'll play the audio recording. They told me to just take the audio and they should be fine. Can I play the audio now?
Yes.
हजुर अनि तपाईलाई विनिस्की स्कुलमा पुलिस अफिसर हुनुपर्छ पर्दैन किन हुनुपर्छ भन्ने केही जवाब दिनुस् न. मेरो विचारमा चाहिँ पुलिस हुनुपर्छ यहाँनिर नानीहरुको सुरक्षा चाहिन्छ. हजुर हुन्छ हस् ल तपाई.
So it was really very short. I just asked I mean, this is Sanju Limbu. I just asked, what is your opinion about having police officer? You want police officer or you don't want police officer in the school? And can you say like 2 words? She told me on her opinion, she thinks there should be police officer for safety. She didn't mention anything. She just told me safety. And there is one more parent here.
हजुर अनि विनिस्की स्कुलमा पुलिस अफिसर हुनुपर्छ कि पर्दैन भन्ने प्रश्न छ तपाईलाई. अनि हुनुपर्छ भने किन हुनुपर्छ, हुनु पर्दैन भने किन हुनु पर्दैन? सर हुनुपर्छ, हाम्रो नानीहरुको सुरक्षाको लागि हो, हुनुपर्छ. हजुर हजुर हुन्छ सर ल. हुन्छ सर.
Okay, so I am Bhim Sanesi. I have 2 kids in the school, Deepen Sanesi and Nirjara. I asked the same question to her. Do you need police officer or you don't need police officer in the school? And she told, for the safety of my child, I need police officer. I think we are done.
Okay, thank you, Tool. Krista, are you able to add the Nepali channel interpretation?
Yes, they should be added.
हामी अझै पनि यो बैठकमा सुन्न चाहन्छौँ भने तपाईको त्यहाँ मुनि इन्टरप्रिटेसन भन्ने हुन्छ त्यसलाई क्लिक गर्नुभयो भने अंग्रेजी बुझ्नेहरुलाई त समस्या हुँदैन सुन्न सक्नुहुन्छ अंग्रेजी बुझ्नुहुन्न भने चाहिँ त्यहाँ इन्टरप्रेटरको च्यानल छानेर नेपाली छान्नु भयो भने हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा
The tool is now in the interpreter channel tool. So when you accept, we won't be able to hear you anymore, but we have Yam if need be to help families with interpretation. And Tori, I believe that concludes our interpreted comments.
Okay. All good.
Stevia did mention that there was a family who had wanted to talk and couldn't get on. Would it be all right if she shares one very short comment?
Absolutely.
Okay, Stevia, if you're still there and you're interested, go ahead. Oh, Stevia, can you hear?
Yes, Omar is here.
Okay, nami ni Omar Biladi.
My name is Omar Biladi, and I'm a dad of 6 kids.
Na miaka miwili na miezi kadhaa na watoto wangu wanasoma hapo Winooski.
I've been here for 2.5 years, and all my kids school at Winooski.
Ya kufatana na usalama yenye wanazungumzia hapo kuhusu polisi na mambo mengine yote, kusema polisi atoke kwenye shule ya masomo ya Winooski. Ila kungambo yangu mimi kufatana na usalama wa hii 2-3 miezi miaka kadhaa nyinyi nishaona pale, najisikia kweli niko na usalama wenyewe huko nafuu na rizika na ule usalama. Kwa polisi imenisaidia kufatana na mambo ya familia yangu. Kwanza polisi imenisaidia mengi sana zaidi ya sana. Kwa kuwa kisi nilikuwa nilijuazia kama polisi haitanisapoti wala haitanisaidia kungambo ya familia yangu. Kwa na mimi watoto zangu wengi walikuwa wataki masomo, walikuwa kama ni wakaramusi hivyo. Lakini kufatana na hali yenyewe walikuta polisi kwa masomo, watoto walitulia, na hali ya kufatana yenyewe ilikuta masomo yenyewe iko kweli, watoto walitulia, na mpaka saa hizi mimi kungambo yangu ama kungambo yetu sisi wazazi hatujisikie kweli kama tunaweza tukapata usalama ule polisi akitoka kwenye masomo. Yaani na kufatana na kazi ya polisi kama kisi mnavyosema eti polisi akiwa iko kwenye masomo na silaha, ni kweli watajisikia watu watajisikia hawana uhuru. Kweli inaweza uwezekana mwanamke anaweza ikaa kujiku iko natengeneza chakula bila vifaa vya kutengeneza chakula, haiwezi uwezekana.
Ngoja kwanza
ule polisi anastahili kuwa iko pale na kitu cha kumchunga, kuwa ajali yoyote inaweza katokea sehemu yoyote ile kwenye shule ile kitu yenyewe atakuwa nacho na ndio kitamsaidia. Kwa hiyo
so yeah, I want to again emphasize on the point of having the police officer at school. I know I've had a lot of the conversation, but I want to just emphasize and say that we've talked about this with my community, and this is what I want to talk like on my behalf and on behalf of my community, that we really need the police officer to be at school, because a police officer without a gun is like having a woman on a kitchen without the cooking. It's a Swahili saying, so I don't know how to translate it, but it's like having a woman on the kitchen without maybe the ingredients to put in the food, something like that. So that's why it is really important to have the police at school with a gun to make sure that he's doing his job, because he believes that when the police doesn't have his gun at school, then other people will take advantage of that. Even some students will take advantage of that, and even anybody who can come to create trouble will take advantage of that.
Sasa na saa hizi ndio tungali tunakuya na tulikuta ule polisi iko pale. Alafu mwa hii siku 2-3 miaka zenyewe zinakuwa zinataka kwenda kusema kwamba zinataka kutubadilikia kwa hapa kwetu sisi na watoto wetu sisi ndio tunataka tusikie kama watasabiliwa nao miaka 4-5 wanasomea pale.
Yeah, umemaliza minute imeisha.
Mpaka saa hizi ndio tuanze tuambie kama wabadilishiwe wala wafanyie aje ama wakuwe aje. Gani mwenyewe mtatuletea pale wa kusaidia wale watoto wakuwe na usalama?
Yes.
Kweli wale watoto wa polisi pale watakuwa na usalama?
Yes.
Au wale watoto wakiachana wakikutana na mjia wanajua kama kunasoma kuna polisi. Kweli wale watoto hawataleta vurugu mbarabara wakapigana wakafanya kila kitu kibaya. Chochote kile kitawezekana ndio wanajua kama polisi hakuna.
Ndio time
wakitaka silaha wakitaka kila kitu chochote kile kibaya watakifanya ndio wanajua hakuna polisi mwenyewe iko, lakini wakijua kama polisi iko pale na iko na silaha yake na iko na kifaa yake, kila mtu anapasha kuwa iko na discipline, anapasha kwenda kusheria.
Ndio, asante
sana. Polisi walimtia kwenye serikali, walimtilia nini? Tumuogope polisi juu ya nini? Na wakati sie wote tunaogopa sheria. Kwa nini atuogope sheria? Tuogope polisi?
Time inaisha. Mimi nataka kuwaambia kile tumesema lakini wakati imeisha Omar, okay? Wacha niseme. So where did I start? Yeah, so Omar believes that if the police hit a school without gun, people will take advantage of him. And what will be the use of having him without having a gun? He feels like most even kids will be causing trouble knowing that, oh, it's just a police officer he can do anything, and that won't be on our favor. I know when we came here, we found the police over there. Maybe some people can say that we don't know what's going on. That's why we are in favor of having the police at school. But I cannot change my mind on saying that we do not want the police. We want him to be at school because we have a great experience with him. Okay, asante sana. Okay.
Thank you, Stevia. Okay, Tori, so I believe that concludes all of the interpreted comments that took, as longer than expected as always. And apologies to anyone who felt that they were cut off and didn't have enough time to speak. We're trying to do our best to accommodate, and I will turn it over to you, Tori.
Great. Thank you so much. So I just want to take the time to acknowledge the robust way that we've all been together and hearing each other in this way. This is amazing that we've had over 100 people together on a Zoom call, sharing what matters to families, students, parents. I think the interpreters, Emily, this has been great. And I also appreciate all the patience. It is so necessary for us to be able to have the patience to really be together in this way on issues that matter to us. So we're going to now move into, so thank you all. Let's just land that.
Tori, I would just like to add, please, for Dalib, Tul, Abir, Stevia, and Yam, without you guys, this wouldn't be able to happen. So thank you so much for everything you do.
Yeah, yay, thank you. Great. All right, so now we're moving into more comments. And Emily, if you want to bring the other folks in the rest of the folks who would like to share their thinking with us, that'd be awesome.
Yes, sounds great. Let's see. So the first person on my list is Matt Geil.
Hi, I'm Matt Geil. I'm the librarian for the district.
Can I interrupt you for one?
Yes,
Matt,
sorry.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Did you not just get Outstanding Teacher of the Year award today?
I did, yes, thank you.
Right, let's just throw that up there. Okay, Outstanding Teacher, you may continue. Congratulations.
3 years ago, there was an incident where Officer Jason Zeiter was restraining an elementary school student in a room attached to the library. I heard him shout, "Don't grab my gun, don't grab my gun." And I and about a half dozen students and staff in the library listened to the struggle that went on for several minutes in silence. I know Jason to be kind, compassionate, thoughtful, patient. I believe in that incident, he was acting in accordance with his training with the WPD and in accordance with our policies at the Winooski School District. But The presence of an armed law enforcement officer escalated the mental health crisis of an elementary aged child from unsafe to potentially deadly. The harms of the SRO program are not abstract and hypothetical. They are real and occurring regularly, and they cannot be remedied by training or some minor policy change. I would feel safer going into school every morning if the Winooski School District ended the SRO program. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. The next person, sorry, on the list is Jason Zeider. Sorry, I have to promote him as a panelist, excuse me. Oh, Jason, are you already on?
I am now.
Okay, sorry, I think Chris and I were doing it at the same time, excuse me.
I just have a brief thing to read. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me the time to speak. The Winooski School Resource Officer serves the school community and the community at large through day-to-day functions and in times of crisis, from lost and missing students to families that have suffered a traumatic incident. The SRO has been a crucial component of providing support and resources to families through our connection in the school community. Often the connection of the SRO empowers residents to call the police department because of the relationships that have been built at the school. This includes the willingness to call and specifically request for the SRO on non-school events. In the past 6 years, the data from the Winooski Police Department shows a steady decline in student police encounters. During the 2015-2016 school year, there were a total of 49 Winooski restorative justice referrals or court citations issued. That number consistently declined over the next 4 years to just 2 during the 2019-2020 school year. Over that same time frame, the SRO program instituted the following initiatives: brought trauma-informed training to school resource officers from around the state at no cost. Co-chair of the school safety committee and crisis response team, led the Mindful Mentors after-school program, reinstated the revised DARE curriculum, guest lecturer in several classes, driver's ed, health, and beyond, taught Stop the Bleed, dangers of vaping and CPR to staff. The SRO plays a crucial role as the liaison between the school district and officers of the police department. Conversely, the SRO is often a conduit for patrol officers to pass on information to the school staff about significant issues and events that occurred out of school. This liaison role is crucial to supporting student and family. It is our goal at the police department to collaborate with the community in efforts to bring solidarity, developing relationships in an educational setting that fosters faith in policing and government regardless of citizenship, culture, or ethnic backgrounds. We understand the importance of the work of anti-racism and want to be an active and responsive partner with the residents and grow to support each other. This follows the National Association of School Resource Officers model, having a carefully selected officer who then receives specialized training that conforms to the best practices in conjunction with policies and working agreements of the school administration that leads to a much higher satisfaction of the SRO program in the community. I'm grateful to the students, teachers, and staff and parents and community members that have expressed their support during this time. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time and your careful consideration to keep this invaluable program.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks,
Next.
Jason. The next person on the list is Sarah McGowan-Freegee.
Thank you. A small group of students are demanding the SRO position be removed because of what is happening nationwide, rather than what is happening specifically in Winooski, and I very much disagree with that. I would also like to say that over the summer, the school board committed to performing community engagement and getting feedback about the SRO, but that has not happened. A series of community forums were held in February, but their focus was general school safety, not the SRO position. I watched the 2 English-speaking forums. The first had 11 participants, 7 school employees, 1 former school board member, and 3 people who do not have students at WSD. The second had 9 participants, 3 members of WSA, 1 parent of a founding member of WSA, and one other was the same former school board member. The only parent to attend either forum was both a school employee and affiliated with WSA. Steve Berbecco put out a memo dated March 28th in which he wrote his conclusions that he got from the forums. 3 of the 6 conclusions were related to the SRO position, despite the fact that it was not the focus of the forums. He also said that English language participants were in favor of removing the position, even though the SRO position was not specifically discussed. He failed to disclose who attended the forums and the fact that only 1 parent attended them. Given that the board has not done its due diligence to gauge community sentiment about the SRO position as required by Governance Policy 4.4, any vote held tonight will be in violation of the school board's policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. I just want to have a quick question. I've heard some folks say that they're hearing Nepali in the background. Is that true for anyone else in this meeting right now? No one else can hear Nepali interpreter channel. So just quickly, if anyone is hearing Nepali in the interpreter channel, if you just quickly choose off in the interpretation option, that will remove Nepali. There might be some mix up in the channels, but I believe the Nepali families are listening to interpreted Nepali channel. But if you're also hearing that, just make sure you click off on the interpretation channel and you shouldn't have that problem anymore. Thank you. Let's see, excuse me. The next person, Catherine M. is on the list to make a comment.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay, great. My name's Catherine Monhay. I am an employee at the district, a resident of Winooski, and a parent of a Winooski student. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share my thoughts and for this rich dialogue about this important subject. I really feel privileged to be here and a part of all of this. There are many social constructs around the globe that oppress and damage us all. Tribalism, classism, sexism, xenophobia, and religious prejudice, to name a few. Tonight, however, the history of racism in this country, its role in how policing came to be, the impacts of it on the culture in this country is at the root of the debate and important discussion tonight at the local level. I ask you to follow in the footsteps of our sister cities, Burlington School District, and vote to remove the armed police officer from our learning environment. And I'll end with a quote from MLK, spoken nearly 60 years ago. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in your goal, the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. Again, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Catherine.
Liz Edsel.
Hey, can you hear me? All right. Thanks everybody for having me. My name is Liz Edsel, and I want to lift up some important facts from a letter that the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union of Vermont, submitted to the Winooski School Board about why they recommend removing armed police officers from schools. Quote, "We know that here in Vermont, students with armed police in their schools are more likely to become unnecessarily involved in the criminal legal system, and that students with disabilities and students of color are disproportionately targeted by school police," end quote. And a few facts really stood out to me from that letter. One is that students in Vermont schools with police were 3 times more likely to be arrested than students in schools without police. 2, that overall arrests in Vermont schools have risen by 20% within the last decade, and that Black students in Vermont are over 5 times more likely to be arrested compared to white students. And Black boys with disabilities in Vermont are nearly 20 times more likely than all other students to be arrested in school. And then next door in Burlington, their board removed police in schools after a report found that Black students made up between 30 to 60% of juvenile arrests by in-school officers, although Black students made up only 16% of the population. The ACLU's conclusion is that the unintended effects of racism are unmistakable, which is why they recommend removing armed police from schools and replacing them with mental health professionals and school counselors. And this is exactly what our own students of color have asked for. They've shared stories of trauma and racism experienced in our school, and they've asked for this institution's commitment to dismantle racist systems. And the facts are that in Vermont, having an SRO perpetuates racial disparities. If there is proof that there is a different set of facts in Winooski School District, I want to know it. If there's not, then we need to end the contract with the SRO. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Polly Pearl is on the list next. And Polly, if you could just state your full name. I believe you introduced yourself at the beginning of the meeting, but I didn't catch it. Polly, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I just unmuted myself.
Okay.
Just a short introduction. I know Winooski and I know Winooski School District very well. I was born in Winooski, raised in Winooski, graduated from Winooski High School. So I am well versed. I also worked for the city of Winooski for over 44 years. I have 3 grandchildren, that 2 of which have graduated from Winooski High School, one in 2019, one in 2020. And I have a 7th grader grandson. And we have had a lot of talks about the school resource officer, and Michael feels much safer in school with the resource officer. This has also been so with my 2 granddaughters. And I know they are not the norm, but they had a lot of friends in the school. Michael is very, very friendly with all of his classmates, as you could tell by his teacher's comments. But I am in favor of Michael being feeling safe. He is a white child, blue eyes, blonde hair, and he just loves his classmates. It's been a very hard year for him, only going to school occasionally and now 2 days a week. So I just wanted to let you know that I am very, very familiar with Winooski. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Polly.
Nancy Keller is next on the list.
Hello, and thank you so much for holding this forum this evening. It has been a pleasure to listen to all the diverse opinions from our community. I am Nancy Keller, and I've been a longtime educator with Winooski School District. And I'd like to express my opinion about the SRO position. But first, my statement is not about the past performances of our SROs. Over the past 33 years, as an educator for Winooski School District, I've witnessed their admirable dedication to our school community. Instead, my statement tonight is about our future. I believe that reimagining the SRO position in our school district is about our evolution as an anti-racist and trauma-informed school district. Under Mr. McMahon's leadership, students have benefited from an increase in the number of support personnel to address their social, emotional, and academic needs. At the same time, there has been a decrease in student interventions by our SRO. To this end, we are poised as a school district to embrace a future in which we can maintain a working relationship with our law enforcement, but one that does not include the daily in-school presence of an armed, uniformed police officer. Additionally, I'd like to remind everyone that any perceived benefit or sense of safety that the SRO brings to some within our community comes at the expense of others. If our commitment to anti-racism is to mean anything, we need to always be working toward what is the best interest of everyone. This is universal design. Now is not the time to kick the can down the road. Let's recognize and admit to the institutional harm of SROs and create a better path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy. You did it beautifully, Nancy, but I just wanted to remind everyone who speaks that our interpreters are simultaneously interpreting what you say in their channels. So if you just remember to speak slowly and pause when you're finished with the sentence, just a little bit to give them time to catch up, that would be really helpful. Thank you. I got thumbs up from Stevie and Abir, so thank you so much, everyone. Don Diteri, I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that last name. You are up next.
Going? Okay. Hi. So I have 5 children, and 4 of which have gone to the Winooski School. 2 have graduated. 1 is in 7th and 1 is in kindergarten. I have a personal experience with Officer Zider, and sorry, it's very hard pill to swallow. My son is autistic, and unbeknownst to me, he is classified as a wanderer, somebody that bolts. And he got out in the middle of the night, got through deadbolts, got through 2 patios. It didn't matter. He made it out. And I had no idea. None of us knew. And Officer Zider was what I woke up to in the morning. He was the one that brought me my son. He was the one that knew who my son was. No other officer knew who he was. He built a personal relationship
with my son. I feel safe knowing that my son, who has a disability, who has zero fear, that Jason is the one that makes him feel safe. He didn't want to go to school. He didn't want to be there. He's been bullied. And if he feels that way at 6, I don't want him to not want to learn. I want him to feel safe. And that's what he does with Jason. This is not about the color of Jason's skin or about corporal punishment or anything like that. This is about making sure our children are safe, and the parents should be the ones to decide whether or not Jason should be there or not. And it's not up for the children to decide what time they go to bed or anything like that, but their voice should be heard. But I think it should be ultimately up to the parents. And I think that we need Officer Zider there. And I think that people coming back, all the children coming back from being in quarantine and lockdown, a lot of them did not have the greatest experiences being trapped at home, and their mental health is not going to be the greatest when they come back. And Jason knows them all, and he is that beacon of light. He is that one that makes them feel secure. All my kids say it. All my kids got extremely upset when they found out what was happening as far as, the discussions. And I just want to say that my entire family is in support of keeping Officer Zider.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you for sharing.
Rebecca is next. And Rebecca, when you join, if you please just state your full name. Thank you. Oh, Rebecca, you're muted.
Oh, can everybody hear me okay now? Awesome. My name's Rebecca Bassett. I grew up in Winooski, went to JFK, graduated from Winooski High School. Although I don't live in Winooski anymore, I do have an experience that I want to share with everyone with the SRO. And I first want to start by saying that we can all agree that Jason is a great guy who cares deeply about this community. And I just want to begin this by reminding him and all of you that my experience is related to the SRO position and not a judgment of his character or his commitment to the students in the Winooski School District. In the fall of 2019, I received a call from DCF about a child who was placed in my care that was attending Winooski. The child, whose tragic and painful circumstances often precipitated emotional and behavioral challenges, resulted on several occasions in escorts from class. On this day in particular, the call I received was because this child had been escorted from the library in an arrest style hold by 2 uniformed police and placed in the back of a cruiser. A decision was made to transport this child, this 9-year-old, to the hospital for a mental health assessment in order to avoid first call or community outreach at school. This was a direct violation of the agreed upon trauma-informed plan that we had. So upon my arrival at the hospital, the child was released into my care. Mental health practitioners determined that no assessment was needed. The impact of this interaction for this child is significant. So it's my understanding that the SRO position is one aspect of community policing that is supposed to result in trust and understanding between children and police officers. And I can assure you that for this kiddo and anyone who was witness to this situation, the opposite of that has happened. Maintaining an SRO in a school system creates an unnecessary power dynamic between students, their families, and the administration. These same children and their families attend community events, go to the grocery store, to the movies, the hospital, and so many places, all without an armed police officer. So for me, it begs the following questions. What other resources could Winooski use to support students And who is qualified to determine when a situation meets the threshold for police involvement if the SRO position is maintained? In our case, the decision that was made was a bad choice that impacted this child, not only in the moment, but it compounded a long history of trauma and affected her relationship with police. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Erica Bronze is next on the list.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? The first thing I want to say is that we need to put BIPOC students and families at the center of our decision making. After centuries of being forced to the fringes by systemic racism and brutal mistreatment, it is now time to shift the dynamic of power. If we do not consciously place BIPOC students and families at the center, the implicit bias that constantly runs will have a large impact on the final decision, leaving our BIPOC community once again at the fringes. That being said, I believe we are approaching this vote tonight with urgency and either-or thinking. Both urgency and either-or thinking are characteristics of white supremacy culture. Operating in this way will not result in all students and families feeling safe in our school and our community. Some antidotes for moving with urgency are leadership which understands that things take longer than anyone expects, planning for what it means to set goals of inclusivity and diversity, particularly in terms of time, and learning from past experience how long things take. Some antidotes for using either-or thinking are notice when people use either-or language and work to create a possibility with more than two alternatives. Notice when people are simplifying complex issues, particularly when the stakes seem high or an urgent decision needs to be made. Slow it down and encourage people to do a deeper analysis. When people are faced with an urgent decision, take a break and give people some breathing room to think creatively. Avoid making decisions under extreme pressure. I ask that we pause on making an SRO decision tonight and instead create an independent coalition of stakeholders whose racial makeup echoes that of our student body, which is majority BIPOC. This coalition could deliberate the topic and make a recommendation to the board by November 1st to be implemented in the following school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Monica?
Can you hear me okay? Great. Hi, I'm Monica Stotine, mother of two at JFK. I want to thank you, trustees, for valuing community input. I want to share from restorativejustice.org. Quote, restorative justice repairs the harm caused by crime. When victims, offenders, and community members meet to decide how to do that, the results can be transformational. It emphasizes accountability, making amends, and if they are interested, facilitated meetings, end quote. The WSD is at a crossroad to fully embracing this approach. Right now is the opportunity for accountability and a transformed relationship between the SRO and those who feel unsafe with his presence. We currently have an SRO who values restorative justice. Officer Zeider is the bridge between the WPD and our district. He carries experience in the schools back to the police department, benefiting our school and community at large. We will lose this wonderful opportunity for the WSA and BIPOC voices to reach the PD and city officials without this bridge. I lost my place. We have a chance to begin to dismantle systemic racism while we have an officer engaged in restorative justice. I hope we take the opportunity to explore the nuances of what we support. It is possible to support both anti-racist work and the work of the SRO. Let's have the hard conversations where those who feel unsafe at simply the sight of an armed officer can share without judgment. Officer Zeider needs to hear these valued voices, and they need to be able to express. I imagine a partnership between the SRO and a trauma therapist, which we desperately need in the district. With regards to racial profiling and police crime towards people of color, a trauma specialist can share insights that the SRO may not currently have, allowing him to better do his job and bring that back to the Winooski PD. In a divided nation, we in our little community are making way towards reconciliation between groups of people that have been in conflict for years. Our SRO has not run from conflict, but compassionately engages with all people. Please give him a chance to grow, to continue to serve our community, and for change to happen. Thanks.
Great, great. Thank you, Monica.
Rainbow Chen.
Hello. My name is Rainbow. I use she, her pronouns. I am graduating class of 2017 from Winooski and current senior at Brown University. I adore Winooski with all my heart, and I rep it so hard that people like call me the Vermont girl, mostly because of my love and pride for Winooski. But I feel like a lot of that love is starting to dwindle because I'm realizing that this district is not successfully going to become an anti-racist district. If we maintain this SRO in the school where there is at least one person who has been harmed by the SRO, we cannot have a safe and healthy place for our students in the school. And not only just the students, the teachers as well. I am currently, I'm getting emotional. In the process of becoming a high school social studies teacher because I want to return back to Winooski and teach there because I love it so much. But at this rate, like, I'm terrified of cops. And like, if I don't feel safe in a school building because there is a police officer that will disproportionately target me as a woman of color, I will not work in that district. And I can assure you that as much as people want to have teachers of color to prove that Winooski will be this anti-racist district because we have teachers that look like our students, teachers will not stay in this district for more than like 2 years, I guarantee you, because they do not feel safe in this school district. I will not work in this school district or return if it becomes and maintains to be a dangerous place for students of color. And there is a lot of white privilege in the sense that like a lot of people do feel safe around Jason, but it's not about the person and it's not about like one person being safe. If there's one person who is harmed, that is the problem and that is the issue. We cannot have a restorative system where there is a cop who is founded on slave catchers in America. They cannot be in this school and we cannot be safe. And with that, I do not believe that the SRO should stay in the school. And I strongly believe that all the demands that the Winooski Students for Anti-Racism is committing to cannot be fully implemented and say that Winooski is an anti-racist school without the removal of the SRO. Thank you.
Thank you, Rainbow.
I have Amina next on the list, but I don't see Amina in the attendee list. So I'm wondering if she might have left. Karen Green is next. And Amina, if you're there and under a name and I can't find you. Oh, Karen is also gone. Karen and Amina, if you're still there and I can't find you, just hold on and I'll call on you after the next public comment. Brianna Schmoll.
Hi there, can you hear me? So I am a ex-student of Winooski School District. I didn't know too much about what was happening until in the recent week of what has been happening in terms of our SRO that is at Winooski, Jason Zeider. From listening to this, I respect both comments that have been said from both sides of both supporting and not. I myself fully support Zeider being there. For those who don't know, our school was in lockdown in 2007. At the time, I was 6 years old, and I had been shoved under a table by my teacher with my classmates and told to be quiet. We had an active shooter outside of our school, and it was a very different situation than what I'm hearing people talking about now. We are very lucky as Winooski School District to not be experiencing what has been happening around the country in the past 2 years, more than that. We have not lost students from another one pulling a gun on another student. We're lucky to have a school resource officer who, to me and my family and all of my 7 siblings, who fully support him and look at him as family. When we get out of our car, when we would go to school, we didn't think, is he gonna pull a gun on us? We didn't think anything bad of it. And I understand that people of color, white is a minority at Winooski. And I fully understand with everything that I'm seeing around the country. I'm so sorry to everybody who is a person of color of what you are feeling right now. But I can tell you, your opinions matter, but so does our SRO. I feel that having him here does make us safer. With my autistic little brother at the school, who you had heard my mom speak earlier, he doesn't feel safe at the school sometimes with his own classmates there from bullying. That one friendly face that everybody claims is so scary, who carries a gun, that is the happiest part of his day. And when I would walk out of school, I would see students running up to Zeider, high-fiving him. People of color, everything. So hearing that he is a scary person and saying that it is corporal punishment having him there does not add up. Corporal punishment is relating to a death sentence. Jason Zeider is the absolute opposite of that. He is a very sweet man, and without having an officer there, we could be looking at very different situations right now. And I feel like having him there is something that the school really needs to consider having and keeping. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna.
Coralie Brisby is next on the list.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for calling and letting me speak. This is very emotional time. After hearing so many different people talking about their experience, and I really wanted to emphasize the part of what is the reason why schools existed in our community. And the reason why the schools exist in our community is to teach. And not to have a policeman like it's a restriction or a jail. The policeman there has no place. There is no place for a policeman in a school. You can't now use a policeman as a behavior interventionist. Winooski is a beautiful place, and also it's a small town. The police station is as close as can be to the school as any other town around in Vermont. We do not need a gun in our schools in order for us to feel safe. I mean, everybody here in this room understand about statistics, about all the studies that has been done on pipelines from school to the jail system. I mean, these are things that we have been talking for years. I'm a community organizer for over 10 years. I am right now the coordinator for the parents, the Winooski parents and students for communities like the Nepali community, the Congolese, the Somali, the Burundi, and the Arabic community. When I hear some parents here saying that they are talking on behalf of their community, I really do not appreciate that, because I have talked with many different parents for all these 5 communities that we are working in this project, and they do not appreciate and they do not want to have a police officer in the school. Many of our students and families come from a very traumatic background. And we do also understand what are the implications. I have heard from people who have been working at the school that this officer has been used as a behavior in interventions where behavior were a problem. Our kids right now are suffering of, a lot of mental health issues due to this pandemic. And we are preferring to have a police officer instead of actually a specialist on trauma. Is this really a question? Are we really thinking this through? Are we wanting to really take apart all these studies that so many different people have done about how we are literally putting in jail kids directly from schools, and we wanted to support this, maintaining an officer in our schools? Do we really are safer by having a gun close next to us in our schools with our kids being by themselves? Aren't the police can come fast enough if there's going to be a shooter like that? If that would ever, if that will be the situation.
Excuse me, Coralie, so sorry for interrupting. Each speaker is allowed 2 minutes, and then the time was doubled for interpreted comments, and your time has passed. So if you just want like 10 seconds to kind of wrap up, if you don't mind, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for letting me say that the last couple of things is there are studies already, your answers are obvious. Please listen to the people who you're serving. You serve students. You serve the people that are there day in, day out. Even your own teachers and specialists are telling you how traumatic it is or how negatively it is to have a police officer. There's nothing against the person. The police officers should belongs to that have a different role, not in our schools.
Great. Thank you, Coralie. Thank you so much for sharing your thinking.
So Lydia is next, and then Izzy Johnson.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
As we all know, I've spoken many times on these school board meetings pertaining to this. I still stand with that we have an SRO there. I mean, when I went to school there, I had the SRO there. I have had nothing but good experiences. So I guess that's where I stand. Thanks.
Thank you, Lydia.
Izzy Johnson.
Sorry, hi. I am a student at Winooski Middle School, and having an SRO is very uncomfortable for me. It threatens me, it scares me. I try to ignore it, but it's too much. And my mom would like to say a few things now too.
Hi, good
Thank you, Izzy.
evening. My name is Izzy Westcott. Izzy has just told you her feelings about the SRO, and her friends feel the same way as well. And it makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable knowing that she feels stalked every day at school by this SRO officer. He literally is watching their every move. That's unacceptable. In society, if somebody was watching somebody else's every single move, they could get an RFA on them. It's unfair to do this to our children. He is carrying a weapon, which is against WSD's no weapons policy. I do not feel comfortable knowing that any child's there with a weapon. I would like to see that money used in other areas of education. I would like to see more counselors hired and aides for students. The new additions would be more equipped to handle these highly emotional situations. I would also like to bring to attention that an earlier speaker spoke about an incident recently within the school that the officer handled. And this says to me that students are not feeling deterred from misbehaving just because he's there. They're gonna do what they want to do, whether somebody's there or not. Next, I would like to reply to Sarah, who spoke earlier. She stated that students are making decisions using what's going around in the world, not what's going on here. But the librarian and a foster parent have both stated that they first-handedly were involved in a situation where this officer was wrestling a child where he almost lost possession of his gun. Also, the world is their reality. We are not in a bubble separate from what is happening. These problems are happening here in Vermont and particularly in Winooski. Studies show that stress reduces people's IQ by 13%. Many of our students have stated that they're feeling stressed and fear. This means we are lowering our students' children's IQs by 13% by forcing them into have an encounter with a person they're fearful of. This is unacceptable to me as a fellow educator. School is supposed to be a place for growth and not a place to feel stunted or oppressed. If Winooski School District is committed to becoming an anti-racist environment, then the SRO must be removed. I'm asking the school board to end their contract with the SRO. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is listed as Education Justice Center. If the individual with that name could just identify themselves with their first and last name, please.
Hi there, this is Alyssa Chen. I'm not sure how to change my my name on this. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'll do it for you. So Alyssa with an A.
Yep, Alyssa Chen with she, her pronouns. Thanks.
Okay. C-H-E-N.
Yep, C-H-E-N. Should I go ahead?
Yes, please. Welcome.
Cool. Hey, so hi, my name's Alyssa Chen, and I'm excited to be here tonight to speak on behalf of the Education Justice Coalition of Vermont in support of Winooski Students Against Racism. I want to start by saying I've heard a lot of language tonight around needing police in schools to discipline children. And I'm just kind of wondering how we got to this place in society. And obviously there are some historical roots to it where we think we need police who have power over students and who carry guns and who, you know, carry the threat of jails, et cetera, to discipline students. And think about what will it take to really undo this kind of criminalized carceral thinking. And how does having police in school playing a disciplinary role affect the rest of school culture, recognizing that it's not just about one person, it's about what that person represents and the system they work with. And I really want to urge district leaders to listen to youth most impacted by police in schools. Police in schools have a disproportionately negative and traumatizing impact on students of color, LGBTQ LGBTQIA plus students and students with disabilities. Having police in schools creates, as folks have talked about, a prison to school pipeline that increases contact with the criminal justice system, particularly for Black youth. And someone has already mentioned the data from the ACLU and the Burlington data, and likely there's data on Winooski as well, that proves this pattern to be true here at home in Vermont. Many folks say we need police in schools, and I've heard this tonight, to be prepared for a school shooting, which is certainly a serious threat that we do not want to take lightly and we need to be prepared for. However, a recent 2020 study shows that having SROs in schools is actually connected to school shootings being more deadly. The research looked at 133 school shootings. I think it was like maybe 10 or 20 years before and after Columbine occurred. And quoted from the study, it said, quote, "The study found that there were 3 times as many people killed when there was an officer on the scene who was armed." So clearly, unfortunately, armed police officers cannot do much to stop school shootings, while there are certain like policies and procedures that can help. The one last thing is, removing police from schools creates an opportunity, as some have spoke about. It frees up resources to fund things that really keep students safe, including mental health support, restorative justice, peer support. And I call on the school board to follow the lead of students and remove police from Winooski School District, and really take advantage of this as an opportunity to reimagine a new future to support students without the need for the power over disciplinary relationship of policing. Thanks so much for letting me speak tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alyssa.
George Cross is next. Go ahead, George.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For those who don't know me, my name is George Cross. I was the superintendent of schools in Winooski from 1987 until 1999 when I retired. I was the one who was the superintendent of schools when the SRO position was created. So I'll just take a second to talk about why we created the position to begin with. I can't really speak to the issues that you've heard tonight, and I must say they're an impressive set of issues. I don't envy you in the decision you have to make. The SRO position grew out of the DARE program, which was a drug program of that era. And during the DARE program, the DARE officers who came into the building, both from Winooski and from South Burlington, where we kind of shared a DARE officer, the 2 groups of people were identified as being less than trustful of police officers. One were, what for lack of a better term, I will call legacy families of Winooski, where the police department had had some kind of interaction with the family on not necessarily a regular basis, but on a basis that was serious enough that the family and children in the family that were students did not feel safe with police officers. The second was the beginning of the refugee population, which was coming to Winooski, which at that point in time was basically Vietnamese. The Vietnamese had come primarily from the camps in the Philippines, where a man in a uniform with a gun was not necessarily trustful. And so we felt that there needed to be an opportunity for a police officer to be in the school to become a friend with students, basically. The officer really wasn't involved in many of the issues that you've heard described tonight. At that point in time, it was very clear that the officer was not in any way, shape, and manner involved with discipline. It was very clear that the officer was not involved in investigating any crime. That the officer was supportive of a report of crime if the report was made by either a parent or a student, but the officer was supportive of that parent and that student. You have some other comments that I've shared with with Sean and with your chair, and you can take a look at those. But I think the history of the position is important to understand, and as you go on to make another decision about whether to have an SRO or not to have an SRO. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Eliza Willis is next.
Hi, my name is Eliza Willis, and I'm here to say that I am very uncomfortable with having an SRO around. I have always been uncomfortable with guns in schools, and it's just really hard for me to
Eliza, I believe your audio just cut out.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, okay. And it's just really like uncomfortable to have a police officer with a gun in our school with students around. So thank you.
Thank you, Eliza.
Evelyn Monet is next.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Hi everybody. I wanted to take a moment just to really resettle ourselves into what this issue is all about. And we're here to talk about the role of an SRO within our school district. And we've heard a lot tonight, so I'll keep it short. But for the past 10 or so months, we've heard the cries for help from our BIPOC community and our BIPOC students. They've asked over and over and over for you as adults who say that you're going to make decisions to support us in the removal of the SRO position. And I have hope for tonight, and also just really urge you to understand that as a community who's meant to represent our students, school needs to represent their needs and their wants, and has to be a safe space for them. And the way that it is conducted now is not doing so. And this is your time to show that you are truly committed to being an anti-racist school district. And it will be ultimately very disappointing if we can't respect the ask of our students. We talk about centuries of generational trauma that have led us to this moment now. And it is your privilege, the privilege that you hold as people in power, to decide whether or not we feel safe in your school building. So I hope you'll take the last, I'd like to just let the time run out before the next person, before my 2 minutes are over, to just sit with that in silence and really take some time to process what that means for us as a school district. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Thank you, Evelyn. The next speaker is Marianne DeBay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Marianne DeBay, and I'm a psychologist for the school district. I've been there for a long time. I think George Cross hired me. A part of my role is supervising 3 of the therapeutic alternative programs in the school. The common denominator, I would say it's a wide range of kids, K through 12, and that all of those students struggle with trauma. And in relation to working with Jason, I can really only talk about what has not happened and what I can't measure. This year, and for a couple of years, no one has been escorted, no one has been restrained, and no one has been secluded in those 3 programs. No staff have been injured. There were feelings of safety, and we've accessed first call and community outreach on a weekly, if not daily basis for students who are in need of increased mental health supports. The SRO has stayed nearby when there were concerns for safety and helped to be a part of the plan, but was never involved in the direct care if it was not indicated as part of the safety plan, and that has been the case this year. Students who have run away have been located safely through networking of their peers because the SRO does have relationships with them. I've developed scripts that Jason has shared with the police for students who are at risk in the community after school so that the police know how to speak with them. Most recently, I witnessed something in the community that was a safety issue for a family who's only recently come to this country. I worked with Jason, who helped me figure out who the family is and what their needs are so that I could do something proactively with the liaison rather than something punitive like make a phone call to report the family. Thank you. So just in sum, I wanted to describe the role that the SRO has played within my position as the psychologist. And I appreciate this opportunity to really share that.
Great. Thank you, Marianne.
Gabo is next.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Well, good night. Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you for making this happen and creating a space where all of our community can come and voice their thinking and perspectives. I have a few points to make. I do feel rushed in the time allotted. I'll try to make as good use of it as I can. I want to start by pointing out that the homeschool liaisons that we all thanked and appreciate for making this possible are underworked and overpaid. And that seems to be the story a little bit of this country, of appreciating the people who make this country better, Black and brown people, and not really treating them in a way that shows that gratitude. So I just want to surface that and name that. I wanted to address the parents. I talked to our students. So I am currently the only Black teacher, faculty in the middle school and the high school. And I talked to our Black and brown kids about not losing our culture, because we're going to a school, and I want to make sure that the homeschool liaisons get this. We're going to a school that does not celebrate our culture. We're going to a school that's trying to whitewash our kids and make them into English speakers, and they'll forget their language and their culture. There are few teachers who are trying to do things differently, but on a system level, our school system is designed to assimilate and not to celebrate the difference. So our culture is great in a lot of ways, and I celebrate it. But in some cases, it's getting in the way of us serving our kids. We have a culture in which we respect adults and respect our elders, and kids listen. Our kids are the ones going through this school. Since you're not walking in the shoes of your kids, you didn't experience what they're experiencing, right? Our kids would have nothing to teach you about our schools back home. But here, the kids, what they have to tell you is what we should be paying attention to. So before we allow our culture to override what the kids are telling us, we need to listen. Why would they be lying about not feeling safe? We need to listen to our kids. And that's my message for the parents. On the relationship side, what's going to keep this school safe it's not the guns. We need to build relationships. If Jason knows your kid, but then the cop, on this at night when he's going to shop, runs into him and there's an issue, Jason is not going to save him. If we're afraid of the police, then let's go to the police department and have a conversation with the police and think about why we're so afraid of the police instead of just trying to build a relationship with the one in the school. Let's have that conversation with the police department, build a relationship with the police department, get to know our community, and not try to solve the school by having an armed police officer in our schools. And the last thing that I'll say is that we need to understand the history of this country. I've been here for 21 years, and it's taken us, my parents, in the last 2 years to understand the issues that your kids are bringing to you right now, right? And so understanding the history of how we got here is so important to understanding why your kids are experiencing things that they're experiencing. And finally, I'll just say that this is a moment that calls for moral leadership. It's not about raising the hands and looking at the majority. It's about thinking of what is the right thing to do and doing that. Moral leadership is what our district needs now more than ever. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mugabo.
Tracy LaFond is next. And I just wanted to mention we have 3 additional speakers, folks who'd like to make comments after this.
Well, hi, I'm Tracy LaFond, and first of all, thank you for being here for the last 3 hours and a half. You know, this is probably your longest board meeting ever, and it's a pretty serious one. I'm born and raised in Winooski, 52 years, went through the Winooski school system. All 4 of my children have gone through it. I have one that's still a sophomore. As Mr. Cross said earlier, the SRO started as the DARE person, which really helped our kids, because when I was in school back in the 80s, there were no minority. We were all white except for one Black family in Winooski. And you know, now it's got a lot of nationalities, and my kids, the girls, first of all, you know, graduated in 2007, 2005, and 2010. And my oldest actually 2 of them came back and worked in the school after. I worked in the school for several years, and the SRO's position did change because you couldn't find a behavioral interventionist to work with kids with these needs. They're always a positive person. I've never seen them be disrespectful to any other child or adult in the school. And I've seen several, starting with Officer Fuller, Officer Jackson, Officer Chris, and Officer Jason. I've seen most of Officer Jason for the last, between Officer Chris and Officer Jason, when we adopted our son, he's had a lot of emotional, physical issues. None of them had put hands on him. They followed him because he was a runner. He would climb trees, he would climb the bleachers, and they would call us to come and get him. it, if the police officer leaves the school, you're gonna see a lot more, I'm afraid, yep, thank you, that it's gonna get a lot worse. Because this year my son was followed and almost beat up by a mixture of children, white, black, and 2 of them had guns and 1 had a knife. And that happened at school on the grounds. And if Officer Zeiter did not walk out, I'm afraid of what would have happened to my son. So on a positive note, you know, this is a very hard decision. So I wish you guys the best. And again, thank you for the last 3.5 hours.
Thank you, Tracy.
Chris Frigie is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Listen, this is a very difficult decision that you guys have to make, and hopefully it's the right decision. As a community member, as someone who has been at that school numerous times, Sean and Krista, you guys can vouch for that. I see the kids and I talk to the kids, and what I'm getting out of this is that, yes, kids have spoken, and the kids that I have spoken to, the majority feel safe with the SRO. To me, it sounds like there's a problem between the teachers and past students that have a problem with the SRO. And that's something that might need to be addressed otherwise. So please take in consideration, I know Officer Jason, I've dealt with him numerous times, either sporting events or dances. And, you know, to lose him, you're losing a key person in this community. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chris.
Jennifer Metvier is next.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
I can only speak for me and my 2 sons. We love Jason. My oldest had an incident at school where he was being bullied. And the first person he went to was Jason. So yeah, I mean, I stand behind keeping him and working with him to make our community the best that it could possibly be. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Hussein Amori Shafi is next.
Okay, and then how many speakers after Hussein?
Yep, so there's Addie, who's just raised their hand, and then it looks like Izzy Johnson, but I believe Izzy Johnson has already spoken.
Already spoken, yeah. So we're gonna, after these last 2, we're gonna cut it off. We've extended it for an extra hour to make sure most people have spoken. So we'll do 2 more speakers. Then the board's gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. Oh, some people need 10. I know, we have been sitting here for sitting here, and it's been amazing hearing everyone speak, but we just got to get up, stand up, take care of some things, and then we'll come sit back down. So 2 more speakers, and we'll wrap her up.
Great, thanks, Tori. So Hussein is next. Here he is. Yep, he's here in the room.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak on 2 comments that were made primarily about the DARE program and its reasoning to actually supporting the SRO program. According to my study, primarily from the American Psychological Association, you know, as much as, you know, some of the comments that were made by Mr. Cross as well as Ms. Rafond, the SRO program was not successful. And the big reason for that was because it was run by policemen, not by prevention specialists, okay? And this is something that, you know, many have argued throughout this meeting about looking at the clear intention of this program and what it means to kids, that go through a school district. And as much as as we can, as much as people have tried to whitewash the clear history of the DAIL program, especially its involvement with the Winooski school, with the Winooski school district. The problem was there. We had Black immigrants migrating from Africa, coming to Winooski, and starting trouble. And the system had to do everything they could to keep them down. Okay, and I realize this has been a very emotional meeting for many, but I just really want to acknowledge the fact that people are going through some have been through some psychological changes regarding the SRO program, and it will be very, very much appreciated. We could all just try to remember, okay, and look at the DAIL program, its founding, because this is what the SRO is based on, and look at its failures, okay, in actually trying to deal with the same problem it was created to do, okay, and actually recognize the cruciality that BIPOC students like myself play in our school district, and how in many ways the school district has been able to be a better school district because of their involvement in school activities, not only through soccer, but some of the many initiatives that have that have been proposed in our school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Hussein.
So Addie is our last speaker here. And then I believe, Tori, you had some.
I have two comments that students requested me to read.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, awesome. My name is Addie. I am a high school student and I'm a member of the Vermont Student Anti-Racism Network. And I'm here tonight to support WSAW and their work to get rid of the SRO. So I'll just make a really brief comment. I believe that schools should be places where students are safe and able to learn and able to grow and feel protected. Really, our children are the future. Like our next generation is really the hope. So how can we be, building a better future if our students feel unsafe when they're learning? I also want to say that we need to be supporting BIPOC students and listening to BIPOC students and what they're calling for and what they need. So listening to their calls for action is so important. So with that, I want to say that I support everything that WSAW is doing and their calls to get rid of the SRO. Thank you so much for letting me be here tonight and speak.
Yeah, thank you, Addie. I have two quick comments from two students, Jasmine, who's a sixth grader, and another sixth grader who has very similar thoughts. So I'm going to read one, and it counts for two voices. Hi, I'm Jasmine from sixth grade. I've been in the district a little over 8 years. I wanted to write to you today about the SRO because I feel that having an SRO can be helpful, but we should also have a professional guidance specialist because many kids could have trauma and don't have anyone to talk to, and the SRO cannot help with that. I would also be okay with just a professional guidance specialist too, because many kids do not feel safe with an SRO nor an armed person walking around the school grounds because of the problems going on in the world today. So if we could please have both the guidance specialist and an SRO, that would be helpful. Okay. All right. So
I'm so sorry, excuse me. It was my oversight. I did not see Linda's hand. It's apparently been raised since 5:50. So my apologies, Linda. I did not see it and you were not on my list, and Linda would like to speak. Forgive me.
Thank you.
Oversight.
Thank you. I understand the climate in this country towards the police is nothing less than rocky. However, it is imperative that I express to you how much Officer Zeider exemplifies what an SRO should be. Not only is he a positive role model for all the staff and students, he is an integral part of our community and all the resources we utilize for our well-being. To brush Officer Zider with the same paintbrush as the officers in the news is doing a grave injustice to him and all that he represents. As the administrative assistant at JFK, I've had drugged out parents threaten me. Another has said, when the dead bodies show up, that's on you. And I've had students tell me they want to kill me, all of which were immediately responded to by the SRO, and all of which has left a lasting impression on me and my work life. We do not live in a world that guarantees a safe workplace. To not have the security of knowing there's someone here to immediately respond to a crisis would make me question whether you are making the safety and well-being of all students and staff a priority. Until children no longer have broken souls and parents can have conversations without threatening your personal well-being, we need a layer of protection. Students should not be denied the opportunity to have another role model in their life or a chance to recognize that not all authority figures are the evil we have been exposed to. The failings of others should motivate us to expand on our strength, and the SRO, especially Officer Jason Zider, is a strength we cannot afford to be without. We should be a community that responds to conversation, being inclusive, open to compromise, and respectful of everyone's challenges will go a whole lot further than abrasive confrontational demands. We do need more help with students dealing with personal struggles or just the everyday challenges of life. We also need an SRO in the building. These two positions are not interchangeable. You cannot eliminate one and get all you need out of the other. They need to work in conjunction with all that is already in place to continue to grow a strong community that can be an example of working together, what working together looks like to raise a healthy society. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, everyone, thank you for being so patient with each and everyone's voice and hearing and being with it. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we will come back. I'll see you in 10. Well, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, welcome back, everybody. Everybody all charged up for another great conversation. So I want to begin, just sort of reorient us. We've listened to a lot of voices, and this is, again, just amazing to have us all together in a space where we could all hear and be with each other. It's such a big group. And I just appreciate everyone hanging in. I'm not sure how many people are still on the line. I'd have to like reach over to do that. But I want to start the board discussion. And I want to start with this. Safety is a universal basic human need. It's fundamental, it's foundational for each and every one of us. And it's complex and it's multi-sided because everyone's individual sense of safety depends on our social location, our upbringings, our experiences, both external and internal. And so safety for some is not safety for all. And what's become clear in this issue of an armed SRO officer in our building is it's complex and it's sensitive. This issue has the power to keep us all separate and either or thinking, which perhaps makes it feel like we're placing value on our own sense of safety over others' sense of safety. Yet this issue also has the power to bring us together in strength in a web of belonging to harness our collective wisdom. This community values safety and equitable access. So we harness our collective wisdom to plan, communicate, and work together so all experience safety in our school. Which brings me to why Winooski schools even exist. We exist for the worthwhile human benefit. Most specifically, Winooski schools exist to create a nurturing environment for youth to learn and grow and thrive into who they're becoming in an equitable way, right? We have our end statement, which we shaped based on community feedback. All students will graduate college and career ready at a cost supported by the community and will lead healthy, successive, productive lives and engage in our local and global communities. It says all students, not most, not some, not the majority, all. That is the measurement. And you cannot learn and thrive unless you feel safe. So therefore, all students must experience physical, emotional, and mental safety because it's fundamental to all that. And while Winooski is an incredibly unique community in Vermont, we're not exceptional in the inequalities that exist in education and policing based on race, abilities, and socioeconomics. We're not. So Winooski Schools is also an employer, and we hire teachers and staff and administrators and superintendents to apply their expertise to design and provide access to creative learning opportunities for our community's youth. And not all feel safe with a gun in our schools. Some do. So this is the starting place. A little quote from Amanda Gorham. Norms and notions of what just is isn't always justice. So as a board and a community, we are committed to our end statement. That's how we measure how well we're doing in our pursuit of our end statement. And I think we probably agree that in order for our students to meet the ends, they have to feel safe. So I start with the question of what is needed to help all students feel safe and be able to learn? What outcomes do we want to see? And now we as a board get to have a discussion about this. We've heard over 3.5 hours of testimony. What's needed to help all students feel safe and able to learn? And what outcomes do we want to see? And we could just pop in and let each of us speak and sort of say our piece as I was able to do that. I'm happy to go around. Just want to sort of get us talking, get us moving on all that we've heard tonight, but also all that we've read and all the forums that we've had. We've had a lot of input. Would someone like to start?
Yes. And in the interest of stevia and a beer and Dalib and company, I will try to go slow.
Thank you for reminding us of that. I did not do that well.
It's a little more difficult in virtually when you can't see the struggles they're likely going through in the background. So yes, try to remind myself. And I'm gonna, if you can bear with me, I'd like to go through all of my thoughts and get down to my bottom line and then turn it back over to my board mates. I think that way we can each build on each other's comments and thoughts. I'll start with, I fully support, and I believe my board, fellow board members do as well, the work we're doing with anti-racism. I do believe that the decision we're here to make tonight, specifically with regards to the SRO that's on the table, does not negate nor deter the work that we are doing and will continue to do with respect to anti-racism.
Thank you, Mike.
I want to tell one story. No, that was my poetic pause to let beer and stevia catch up.
Thank you.
One very quick story from my kids. The Officer Jackson, affectionately known at the time as OJ, worked with the kids in the school. Got called one night to an incident in the city. Very tense incident. Ended up going into a house, guns drawn because of the situation. He never told us what that was. They tracked who they were looking for to a closet. And when he swung the closet door open, the ex-student, now young adult, sitting in the closet, looked up at him and said, "Officer Jackson, I apologize for putting you through this." And all the tension left the room. A simple story, one of a kind, and I'll leave it at that. We have heard tonight the entire gamut. And it's the entire gamut that we've heard beginning last summer and as we've traveled through time to now. A lot of comments tonight about disciplinary use of the SRO within the school. That's not my view. We have added staff over time. Sean, it was noted earlier, since Superintendent McMahon has been on duty here, we have added staff to help on the non-SRO side, psychologists, trauma specialists, etc. We are moving the balance. We're moving the balance away from punitive toward a different type of reconciliation for issues. I believe we're heading in the right direction. To a comment made by, and I'm not going to find the name, and I apologize to you when I miss, and I think it was Erica, not to work fast and do something wrong. I think we heard from the psychologist earlier for the school who is utilizing the SRO. And it sounded like in many cases in a secondary role, not the primary role for the SRO. I believe that is moving the needle in the direction that we need, away from a police officer as the first pass toward more understanding with the trauma and the mental aspects of what we're dealing with in many cases. I do want to throw out the building as we're going over the next year and a half. We're going to have many staff and students moving into new locations. We need to be able to ensure safety, not from guns, not from people coming in from the outside, but to make sure there's 2 exits, to make sure escape routes are known. That's going to be a lot of work. For me, my stance here is that as a board, we have been talking about a policy about safety. We've got a definition, bringing that forward next week. If we take action tonight to, in either direction, I'll leave that open for a minute. We are determining what we believe that safety is going to be. But then we're going to look to the superintendent to ensure that the safety happens. I believe the decision before us is to enforce or reinforce our views on safety, and then request of the superintendent that we continue to move the needle away from the SRO in a punitive manner, and potentially maybe as we go through time, but to deliver to us as a board and as a community, staff, students, community members, anyone, to be safe within the building and on the grounds. But I don't believe that as ours as a board, I don't think any of us are qualified to do that. Not my background. I'll yield the floor.
I'll try to put thoughts together and what's going on in my head at this moment. First, thank you for everybody who spoke. I took notes on everybody, and I counted 63 people spoke tonight. And I want to emphasize that in those 63 people, I think I want you to know that every voice has equal weight in this. And I think this is, and you all know that, like, being born a yin, I'm often taught to look at the yang of things. And this is probably the first time I'm actually gonna pull the whole yin yang thing together, because I think one of the biggest mistakes that we could go here is to go with either a yin or a yang kind of decision. But really what today, if we truly hold everybody's voice as equal, we put the yin yang together and try to find harmony between the tensions between the yin and the yang. And when I look at the yin and the yang from that kind of perspective, the tensions that I see here are, one, kind of based on racial tensions, black and white, brown people, BIPOC versus white to a certain degree. I hear the purpose of the SRO is in the tension of community relationship versus discipline. And one of the things I think about discipline that is often not talked about, and we got to remember in the whole, is that we have developed a very good system of MTSS, the multi-tier support. I forgot the SS.
Support system.
Support system. I'm getting late here.
Multi-tiered system of support.
Systems of support.
Multi-tier systems of support,
Backwards.
which in many ways has helped a lot of the discipline, but we can't look at the SR, but I also don't see, I do believe that there has been community relations built with the SRO. I personally have, but I do think that our community relation isn't perfect if there's that tension of divide between our racial tension, BIPOC people and white people. And one of the things that I look at in terms of the community relations, when everybody talks about it from a community sense, that it helps develop with the police, there's a fundamental flaw when it's dependent on one person. As an engineer, I look at that and I'm like, why is it not the complete Winooski police? The other fundamental flaw when I look at that community relations, that we've had an SRO, from what I hear, since the 1990s, yet not a single Winooski person of color has decided to be a police officer during that time. So where are we in that kind of relationships? And I think when we push things together, if we develop a better system, I think we see better outcomes in that level. I also want to say that I want to acknowledge that maybe some of our support and investments in the MTSS may not be as high, probably because of the educational inequity in our formulas of distribution of funds, where we can't support some of these things. And I want to acknowledge that some of the difficulties that we've had in all that. The other tension that I see here, and one of the things that we can kind of work on together, is basically the definition of physical safety and mental safety. And in many ways, I think there's ways that we can kind of work on that, especially when we're thinking about the bullying that's going on in the schools, that we need a police officer there. That's actually not just a police officer, that's a community thing. Why? I mean, that highlights in many ways, we shouldn't use an SRO to solve a symptom when there's an underlying cultural value that we're not uniting as a community, that bullying still happens, and that not all students can feel safe in that level. And so I just want to say that those are the couple, like how do we push? And I think there's opportunities in faith that this is a good start if we remember to hold everybody's voice as equal. Not one is better than the other, but how do we work together to come up with a better solution overall? And I also want to highlight the comments by Mike about the capital project in the next year, and how we need to really think about safety from logistics of just everybody moving from from one area to another area, and dealing with the ins and outs of that. I do worry about that in the upcoming year, and thinking about the position and stuff. I apologize for not pausing enough, but that's where my head is at the moment.
Thank you, Alex. Stephen or Kamal? Yeah, Kamal.
I'll go. First of all, thank you everyone who joined today's meeting. It was a very long one, and thank you for your patience. Kudos to all the interpreters. It's very difficult to translate. As an interpreter myself, a former one, it's not easy to translate simultaneously. And language is difficult, and oftentimes when we try to translate certain things, it might not come out perfect, or may not make sense to the other language speakers. We speak in idioms and different verbiage, so thank you everyone for your effort. And to your question, Tori, in my thought, safety is a sense of assurance when you don't, when you feel like you're not in a way of danger, or perceived danger, and it is a feeling that's shaped by your cumulative life experiences combined with your worldview. And hearing different perspectives from all Winooski residents who came from different walks of life, different parts of globe. One thing that that is clear is everyone have a different sense of safety, and people see safety in a different way. And it was pretty clear hearing comments. And in terms of the discussion about the resource officer, my personal viewpoint is this is not a binary decision. One thing that I wanted to point out is, safety is not constant thing. It's a dynamic thing. I feel safe driving car today, but if I got into an accident tomorrow, I might not feel safe driving car. So it's, that doesn't mean, so it changes from one person to another each day. So I think when it comes to making this decision, which, from what I've noted, I didn't count, but I see pretty much equally passionate arguments and, support for SRO or removing the SRO. So I think this is something that requires even further discussions, and not just discussions amongst ourselves, but I actually would move that we form a committee that is consisting of individuals from different stakeholder groups, from community members with differing viewpoints, and come together to further this discussion and come to a conclusion that is giving sense of safety to all. And that is, like Tori mentioned in her opening statement, that's the what was it, the foundation of Winooski statement, or the mission statement of Winooski School District, sorry. So that is my view.
Okay.
Stephen.
Thanks, Kamal. Kamal made a motion to
Right.
honor and respect that, Chair.
Yeah. So Kamal, you made a motion to convene. I don't know if you wrote that language down of the motion that you just put on the table. Do you want to repeat it? Do you want me to summarize it?
Yeah, if you can. I didn't write the full sentence because I was trying to listen to everyone, but I wrote individual words here.
And
go
board
ahead.
members hear me. What I heard was you moved to create a multi-stakeholder group to look further into the issues of safety for all students, to then come to the board with possible recommendations.
Recommendations.
For moving forward.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask each board member just to make sure this language, since it's a motion on the table, that this motion, I'm capturing your intent of that. Stephen, can you speak to that? The motion that I just put on the table? I should have written it down.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you made.
I think.
So what I'm saying, so I just verbalized the motion that Kamal put on the table, which was to, the motion was to create a multi-stakeholder group to examine the role of the SRO and to possibly explore the alternatives of expanding safety for all students and bring recommendations to the board after a time period. Kamal, is that the motion you want to?
Yeah, I had it written down, but it was not formed the same way you said. But yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Okay, you're welcome to state it the way you have it written down, because we'll be voting on it the way the language is.
Can can we just get Stephen's input here first before we go there? Just so we have a, I think we just want to hear once around just to see where everybody sits first.
Thank you for that suggestion, Mike. Okay, so I think, Kamal, you and I have some language around that. Stephen, would you like to make the comment the way the rest of us did?
Sure. I want to honor Kamal's motion. Kamal, are you okay with return to that in a moment?
Yeah, absolutely. Go. It was your turn. Go ahead.
I want to join in my colleagues in thanking everyone who has contributed to the conversation this evening, the conversation that's been ongoing since last summer. All of the individual conversations that each of us have had with you, those who are here with us in the meeting, and all of the effort that you, our constituents, have put into leading surveys, sending emails, and giving feedback in other ways. All of this data, all of this information forms a great cloud of what we know Winooski is thinking, and the constituent groups within Winooski, our families, our students, our staff, our other community members, and I agree with my colleagues and Alex, who said that the biggest mistakes we could make is to choose either or, because there is such passion on both sides of the discussion, and I agree with Kamal, who says that this is not a binary decision, because each possible decision that we talk about, and certainly for me that I think about, leads me farther down other paths. I was really struck by two other things that colleagues said. One was when Paul explained that that we're listening to cumulative life experiences, that the decision tonight isn't this point in time, but really takes into consideration a year of lived experience in Winooski and outside of Winooski. And I was also by Mike's comment that he was looking to move the balance away from punitive towards a more different type of reconciliation issues. The idea of emotion, of or movement for the SRO position. It got me thinking about the SRO position as something that is not always part of a public school. There are some schools that have SROs, and some that have more than one SRO, and others that don't. And in the conversation this evening, it sounds like the SRO, people think about the SRO position to solve a problem or solve a series of problems. And I'm wondering myself, and I would invite my colleagues also to consider this, at what point would a school resource officer no longer be needed in Winooski? Like, is there a possible future where something changes about the school, the community, or students, where a school resource officer would naturally not be fulfilling those goals anymore because need was no longer there? I was struck by something that one of our community members said, Mary Ann, our school psychologist, when she said that in the past year, presumably pre-COVID, No one has been escorted, restrained, or secluded. No staff have been injured as part of the SRO's work. And I've also been struck by listening to presentations by Officer Zeiter about the remarkable success of the school resource officer program over time. How the number of disciplinary infractions appear to have reduced. Number of in-school arrests, as I understand it, as I remember it, seem to have reduced over time. And it seems like the school resource officer position, and Officer Zeiter in particular, have been doing extraordinary work. And I wonder at what point do we as a school community decide we have reached the goal that we had hoped to reach? And now's the time to make a change. Thank you for allowing to have these thoughts as they're forming in my head through our conversation and discussion. And I would very much like to return to Kamal's motion.
Great.
I'm gonna repeat this one more time, and I'm gonna be very slow so I almost forgot that there were interpreters again when I started talking. So I move that we form a multi-stakeholder group to further discussions in regards to safety and roles of SRO in Winooski School District, and provide recommendation back to us, to the board.
John has a hand up.
Great. Oh, Sean, would you like to add to the conversation?
I'd love to.
Put the
Thanks.
motions on the table. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it was a very powerful evening. You, as a board, achieved something that you've been striving to do for many years, which was authentic, challenging community engagement, and took us 2 weeks to figure it out, but we got there. And this is at the heart of the work. And so I applaud you for that. And I'm grateful to our community members, our staff members, our students who did an amazing job tonight expressing themselves. So I just want to, so the motion, just kind of a point of order here. You
Yes.
have something very concrete that you need to do tonight. You need to give a message to the city. So if you're just going to say, put a multi-stakeholder group, you're not addressing that part. So I would ask you to maybe reconsider or amend your motion in the way I see based on the conversation I've just heard from you. Tori, haven't heard you weigh in yet, but I'll give you this anyway. I think there's two pieces. There's the required element of the motion of direction to the city, which is either continuing the SRO through the MOU for the next year, for 2 years, or not. And then there is this multi-stakeholder group that Kamal has proposed. And I guess I would tell you with that, given that it's 10:30, you don't have to knock out all the details of what that group looks like, who's charging it, what's its, you could just, if that's where you decide you want to go, you could choose to leave that general, work out the details of that group later.
So what I hear you saying is that with the motion on the table, we would still need to give direction to the city as to whether we are maintaining the SRO for the following school year.
Correct.
Okay. So someone could make a friendly amendment to Kamal's motion that would speak to that direction.
I'll offer a suggestion just to get something on it. Sean, go ahead. Sorry.
So yes, that's accurate, Tori. Somebody could offer that friendly amendment to Kamal to add to his or to kind of revise his motion. And then he would need to accept that to revise his motion.
Okay, and would we all vote
So-
on that revision? Oh,
Yeah, then he would
well-
restate, if he accepts the friendly
Okay.
amendment, he would restate the new motion, the revised motion, and then you could vote.
okay.
All right. So Kamal, I'm going to try to be as friendly as I can with your motion, and I hope I don't, become unfriendly with your motion. But here's what I would like to offer, at least for a discussion point. And we can talk about timing here in just a second. For the duration of the current either school year or MOU duration, we continue where we are. We direct the SRO position to move down to halftime. After that, I don't know if this is possible, rather than cutting it completely, because I think one of the things I've heard from a letter from Sean is making sure we have some coverage for the safety piece with regards to the capital project. And during that time, we can use this commission to find a way to move the balance, like I mentioned, from a punitive view of the SRO, which I'm not convinced I see completely, but it's obviously there, as mentioned. So the direction to the city would be close the MOU that we have now in the current fashion, move it down to halftime, or we'll let for the next MOU cycle. And I don't know if we can attract an SRO for a halftime position, but I think with Sean, we needed some level of, direction from a safety perspective with all the movement we're going to see.
Okay. Can I ask a
I
clarifying
didn't put
question?
that in a friendly form, but I just offering a suggestion.
Can I just ask you a clarifying question?
Yep.
So what I think I heard you say was, while a multi-stakeholder group is potentially happening for the following school year, 21-22, the SRO position would be half-time while the group is doing their work to then make recommendations. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going. Now we've got an MOU in place right now that I don't know if it's Sean through the end of the year. Or does it
expired
go?
March 31st, the MOU did.
Okay, so
And we
that's-
have the position to the end of the school year. The SRO is in the school to the end of the school year, this
Okay.
current school year.
And so if we were to stay full-time through the end of the school year and then move to halftime until I'm just trying to offer a suggestion here to move forward.
No.
Sean, you got definitely something to plug in here.
This is the first I've heard of any kind of halftime role of the
Okay.
SRO, so I'm very confused. There's been no discussion with the city about that, so I'm concerned about proposing something at this way past due date already that has never been discussed.
I'm
No, I
good
appreciate
with
you
that.
putting the
I'm
offer
just
on the
trying to
table, Mike.
offer a
I
focus.
mean, just,
Yep.
yeah, exactly. I think that, but I guess what I'm hearing you say is we know it's full-time to the end of the school year. We're really looking at how we're going to redraft a new MOU for the following school year.
I think we have to do that
In
now. I think
terms
that's
of
what
the
Sean's saying
SRO
we're doing right now.
Hang on, in terms of the SRO position,
Mhm.
what Mike was offering was to do a halftime position. Is there another friendly amendment that other members have that, Kamal, what are your thoughts? This is your motion.
I would like to hear any other friendly amendments from any other board members first.
Okay.
My friendly amendment would actually be to leave the MOU and do a full-time, but contingent on using Sean's wisdom to ensure that physical and mental well-being is in the plans of the SRO, and how, as we do the multi-stakeholder commitment to make a finalized kind of decision in moving forward. And then, but I do have some outcomes to make that multi-stakeholder commission to be like real focused on, to be guiding Sean.
Yeah.
More about that, but I think
Right.
he is to focus on.
Yeah.
the MOU.
I think, yes. So thank you for that. So what I heard you say was to take Sean's recommendations on what to do with the SRO position, because I think where we're at is, what are we going to do with the SRO position for the following school year while the multi-stakeholder task force is doing the deep dive and studying and coming up with alternatives and recommendations, and where are we at as a community, letting the community do the work. What we discovered tonight is there's a lot of collective wisdom in this community. Until that happens, what are our recommendations for the SRO position? We have an option of half-time for the following school year. Alex, I don't know if I picked up exactly what you were thinking about with the SRO, other than just asking Sean for his recommendations for the following school year.
His recommendation to using the SRO in his full-time position, but with the consideration of what we heard tonight, to ensure that we are centering the student voice of helping physical and to ensure physical and mental safety.
Okay.
/ emotional safety.
Okay.
So I think that would work certainly for me, Alex, with a full-time, but we have an endpoint of this commission. And I think, Sean, if this is going to fit into the city budget line, what would our timing be when we have to put an endpoint on this for both the commission and to the city?
So if I think I hear what I think I hear is you want to know at what point do you have to have a decision made, not for this upcoming school year 2021-22, but for 23-22-23. Correct?
Right. The next cycle we would have to get into.
No, it'd be 21-22.
Well, the upcoming school year, next school year is 21-22.
Is 22. Yes, that's the school year we're talking about.
Right. So
full-time.
I think what you're saying is the MOU would be completed for the upcoming school year, and then this multi-stakeholder commission, and they would need to complete their work, make recommendations. You all would need to define who's making the decision about this, and that would need to be done by like the end of November for their budget cycle for the year after that.
For 22-23.
Correct.
So this would be full-time SRO 21-22 for next school year through next June. And then the commission would have to be done in time for the city budget in November, at which point they would know for their 22-23 cycle what is going on with the SRO, clearly.
Yes.
So the friendly addendum in that light, if I understood Alex right, would be full-time SRO through 21-22 with a commission that we have to define very quickly here because they got to get going and who's going to lead it. But with an outcome mid-November of 21 for the forward-looking view of what the SRO position will be for 22-23.
Okay.
Does that ring? And then
I think that's clear. I think that will be helpful for Kamal to think about that friendly amendment. Stephen, you haven't added any input. Do you want to add an input before?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm following this conversation. I guess I have two that I want to share. One is whatever decision the board reaches, I will support that fully. And if the board decides that a multi-stakeholder committee meeting to discuss the issue and produce recommendations by November, And if that's the will of the board by majority, then I will fully support that publicly and privately. I'm also holding the recognition that this conversation, this multi-stakeholder conversation, has been happening since last summer, and I've been following it as a member of the community since last summer, and I've participated in it as a board member since December. And I came to the meeting tonight ready to listen to my neighbors and render a decision. I hear that the board is moving towards accepting Kamal's motion, and I certainly don't want to stop process, but I also thank you for asking, Tori. Want to share my things as a board member. I don't have any friendly amendments to offer to that amendment, to that motion.
Okay, Kamal.
Yes, I really appreciate your feedback as well, Stephen. I think I would, after listening to the recommendations, the amendments from all other board members, I would like to add the amendments that Alex proposed, which is keeping full-time SRO for the following year with the, I tried to note as much details of what you said, but I couldn't. Can you repeat that one more time with the contingency of trying to write as fast as I could, but I couldn't.
The friendly amendment, if I'm getting right, is to continue the MOU with the city for 21-22 with the full-time, with it currently, with Superintendent Sean McMahon's full intention to focus on physical and mental well-being and centering the student voice, recognizing that the capital project poses some interesting problems in the upcoming year, and that the multi-stakeholder will come up with a recommendation report with stated outcomes that will be declared, maybe stated a little bit further on, either next school board meeting or further on tonight, by the end of November of mid-November of 2021, so that we can make a recommendation for the SRO for the 22-23 year.
Yeah, I'm not going to memorize all the words that you just said
I
and
got some of
repeat
that.
back.
Yeah.
We can simplify that some, because I think the two key components are retaining the SRO for the 2021 school year, developing a multi-stakeholder group that will render our final decision by mid-November 21 with regards to the SRO position.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
All right.
Mike, for summarizing it.
So the motion is we form a multi-stakeholder group to provide recommendations with stated outcomes by mid-November to make recommendations for the SRO position for the 22-23 school year.
The only thing I would say is a multi-stakeholder group, not we, will
A
convene.
multi-stakeholder group.
A multi-stakeholder group will be defined.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, somebody made a comment earlier about kicking the can down the road, and then there was another comment right behind it of making a good decision, not a fast one. So
Right. And this is harnessing the collective wisdom of our community to do the work that we have. I think all of us were noticing it's on either side. I think binary is how you defined it, Kamal. Okay. So a motion is on the table. I'm going to go around and if you are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. I will call your names. Stephen,
And nay.
Alex,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Kamal,
Aye.
and Tori, aye. Motion passes. The motion to move to form a multi-stakeholder group to provide recommendations with stated outcomes by mid-November to make recommendations for the SRO position for the 22-23 school year, keeping the SRO position for the 21-22 school year.
I would like to recommend as well, Tori, that this be one of our main agenda items next week at our meeting to make sure that this gets set up quickly because 8 months goes by very quickly.
Yes, we'll get right on it. Now we do have, yes.
Like Christmas is coming, right?
Right.
Always.
Not looking forward to winter.
Oh, come on, come on.
Okay.
Sean, point of reference, anything we missed for tonight?
I don't think so. I think that's an adequate motion that gives the information that I can pass on to the city so we know where the SRO position stands for next school year. And then I think that you described the multi-stakeholder group in enough generality right now, and that will be the next piece of work is to put the details to that and talk about responsibilities and decision making and
outcomes, data, yeah.
Yep.
I think that discussion
Okay.
will be worthwhile with next week having an update to our policies with regards to adding a safety definition. I think that'll work.
Okay.
Blend well.
All right. Do you think that it's time to ask for a motion to adjourn, or shall we hang out some more?
I need friends. I will move that we adjourn.
Okay, I will go around. Kamal,
Aye.
for voting. Aye. All right. Alex?
Nay, because I enjoy you all so much.
I know, right?
I'll call him right after we get done here.
Okay, good. Stephen?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Tori? Aye. It's been awesome. Thank you, everybody.
For all that
Thanks,
hung
everyone.
out all
Thank you.
night. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily and Krista. Thank you,
Thank you,
interpreters.
Krista. Thank you, Emily. Oh my gosh, y'all rock.
Good night.
Night.